mission of Strixhaven University is to discover and preserve magical knowledge, disseminate that knowledge from one generation to the next, to promote free and open study of magic in all its forms, and to enhance the lives of people throughout the world through the use of magic. Welcome to Strixhaven University, or...
Yes.
Sue? It was also super distracting because we got to see the intro for the very first time just now when it was playing. So I was like, oh yeah, I gotta do stuff. But anyway, welcome. We're the Mighty Misfit Menagerie. Sans Jake. Jake had to ruin all of our lives. So we are going to be doing just a random jaunt into Strixhaven. And I think we kind of decided as a group that when we have missing members, we're going to do Strixhaven then too. It's just like play around in this world because it's a huge world and we can do a lot with it. And I love magical schools. Only certain ones.
Does he like this one? You'll find out.
We will find out. So some zero session stuff. Helena very, very calmly requested that we not play level 1 characters again.
It was calm.
We all agree that we didn't
I-
work calm.
All right, I was calm.
Glad you
I think a
acknowledged
very
it.
reasonable request to maybe not start at 1.
And so in deference to that, we will be starting in year 2 of Strixhaven as opposed to year 1 where you start at level 1. So that being said, you guys spent your first year at Strixhaven together. Your first year is mostly focused around taking some like intro classes and like picking which college you're going to end up in. So if you guys want to spend some time talking amongst yourselves, who your characters are, how you know each other, because you did form a close bond during the first year's events.
Okay, so
Unless somebody else wants to.
So I will be playing Dream Wraith, and I think that she's always been very open with people about growing up in a cult, so I think you all know that about her, and she's just her general weirdness. I would imagine maybe in a similar fashion of like our origin story, like maybe and you know me, your character's gonna know me a little bit because I maybe went to your parents' shop a lot, and so we knew each other probably in passing, and then maybe one day early in our first year, someone was being a jerk to me, so you probably defended me a little bit, and then from there I just followed you around.
With your brand new intimidate skill.
Yeah.
Or even, not even like intimidate, more like, hey guys, like distraction and the art of just the schmooze or whatever.
He found
using Mage Hand to knock over a glass onto their lap or something.
But finding the dumbest one who has a strangely catapleepless-like face and casting phantasmal force to he thinks he's trapped in a small box. Anyway, Mr. Ralnor.
I just realized my second level spells disappeared again.
No! So we've been, regular MMM cast fashion, we've been having some technical difficulties.
With an app that we are using that we will not speak bad about in case they want to sponsor.
So,
We're finding bugs for them. We're doing a good thing.
Exactly.
Right?
So, yeah. So,
So kind of piggybacking off of what Helena had said, partially because this came up a little bit last moment to change plans and make everything work into like a new idea for this one. We're all using alternate reality versions of previous characters of like what would happen if that character did this instead of going on to be an adventurer if they ended up at a magical school. So with that, Dream Wraith and my character Gimbal came from that kind of from the same game and the same reality. So we're from the same town. In this universe, not to give spoilers to the other one, my parents are both still alive and happy running their bookshop.
That's not a spoiler at all.
No. If you start the other campaign, they are alive and happy running their bookshop. So, Gimbal...
What's the shop name?
Ralnor's Scribbles, Scrolls, and...
No, it's Script Scroll.
Scribbles and... Yeah, gosh.
It's script scrolls and
Scribble.
scribble. Yes.
Very nice.
In the other universe, Gimbal had rejected the idea of taking over the family business as a gnome. It was really expected as the oldest son that he was going to run their scribe shop and bookshop once his parents were ready to retire. In this universe, he took on the mantle, so he's now studying in order to be a better curator of the arcane knowledge and a better business person. So he'll be in Silverquill to get a little bit better at oration and whatnot in the process.
And unlike the original game, your parents didn't cut you off, so you're like the rich boy.
Yeah, in the original game, not in a mean way. They still had us over for dinners and whatnot. They were very lovely people, but they did cut him off from the family fortune until he gave up the silly adventuring thing to come back home and run the business.
So, to reflect that, go ahead and put 1,000 gold pieces per year on the character sheet. They expect you to have the tuition at the end of the year, so that means you still have 200 gold pieces to play around with.
All right.
You were given tuition.
No, I get it. I can't try to make this app do more. Good.
I just had a brain
Brain blast?
thing where I was like, why would that have happened? Yeah, brain blast. Oh yeah. So I'm playing Z.
Nashazi.
Yeah, Nishazi. He doesn't go by Z this time.
Oh, it's okay.
He goes by Nash.
I mean, maybe. So again, we're doing like a, like what happens if. So this is kind of a thing where, what if the Shazi, who is still from Eberron, wound up on Faerun somehow?
So we're actually not doing Faerun. We're doing generic.
Oh, okay. So generic.
So like the city of Osran exists. The 10 towns could exist. It's not any one world.
Okay.
It's just wherever you guys are from, that exists.
Okay.
Cool.
So he's from Eberron, and that actually kind of makes a little bit more sense because the whole reason Z was a wild magic sorcerer was that he was taken through an area of wild magic, which triggered it. So here, I was kind of going with the light and dark, fire and water thing, where Nishazi himself is still very chaotic and grumpy inside, but he's trying to balance that by going clockwork soul sorcerer.
Ooh.
So he's trying to be more balanced and more numerical and all that kind of stuff. I think maybe he was friends with the people that were giving you shit originally.
Oh.
Because I'm gonna assume they were like the high class people, and so he was like trying to be cool. Because he doesn't know anyone. He's poor, paying for school himself, has to work and stuff. And then realized how mean they were, and also that he got a kick out of seeing them like be put on the spot.
So rival turned friend.
Yeah. I
The
think so.
classic school story.
Yeah.
Enemies to lovers.
Not necessarily like rival where like he was necessarily like participating and doing stuff, but like he was a hanger on, I think, and then was like, these people are like douchebags. These guys seem cooler. We're gonna be friends with them. But yeah. So sorry I'm playing grumpy character again, but
You're perfect.
it's one of my favorites. It's so easy.
Calls to me.
It does. Once if you're watching this, I hate you. Don't say anything.
All right.
So I will be playing another version of Zindi, Sage
I think
Veil.
it's the third.
This is the third version. Zindi. I felt like if we Jeltra's just so special to me, and just I didn't want to mess with her. And kind of
But
change
Cindy,
her.
she's throwaway.
Well, no, I don't know. That's not. I want to explore. I'm more open to exploring the different facets of Zindi. And so, in this sense, she's not quite the adventuring type. She's the bookish type. She wants to learn. She's going to discover what history has to teach her, and go for all the secrets. So that's why she's in Lorehold. And so, yeah, she's kind of working her way through school, because normally I can never remember how to pronounce it, Gulfmere Forest. That's where she's from.
Okay.
And so her family, not that affluent. And so with her pursuit of knowledge and education, she is working it off and working real hard for the money. So
She works hard for her money.
yeah,
So
so
hard for the
hard.
money.
It's gonna
Yep.
be so tough.
Yeah. So
So hard. So hard.
that's not quite where I thought it'd be going, but hey, new character, who dis? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see that more bookish and kind of, Cindy from Candlekeep is studying and whatnot, but this one's a little more into the, give me the secrets, give me the lore. I want to learn things. Tell me everything.
I want to
So.
know. Can you show me? Phil Collins, anyone?
Nope.
Yeah.
No, just me.
Familiar with these strangers? Yeah.
So
And so did everyone else say what college they were in? Because you were in
Witherbloom.
Wither.
Silverquill.
Oh, Quandrix.
Lorehold.
and Lorehold, yeah.
We
sorry.
do all end up in different schools.
Yeah.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
You
Alright.
should just tell us these things before.
Well, I wanted it to be like if you guys ended up in the same college, I didn't want to like make it a pressure where you had to not to. You know what I mean? Like that's why when I came in, I was like, I'm super cool with the fact that you guys are both in Silverquill. Super cool with that. That's super cool.
But do this.
But I didn't say that. I said super cool.
You know what'd be even cooler though? So
All right. So you guys all have your Strixhaven memory.
I was gonna say this
Tracker
is really
sheet.
cool.
Cute.
I do
Yeah.
like this. I don't know if we can. Here we go. Yes.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So
And so on this, you will be tracking your relationships, your report card, and your extracurriculars and your job and whatnot. Now, your relationships, Strixhaven has a system to where there are several other students at the college, and at your job and at your extracurricular activities, you have the opportunity to build relationships with other students who aren't in the party. You have 3 options. So when you're starting out, you have 3 relationship points. You can put those towards being a friend, being a beloved, or being a rival. Rivals are kind of negative, so you don't necessarily want a rival unless like you think it would be fun role play. So rivals go negative. So if you go negative, you can get more relationship points for another character if you so choose.
Okay.
And as you meet other students throughout the adventures, you can also like if you have a negative reaction, negative interaction with another student, that might develop into a rival. So I'm assuming so like. You guys, as we go through and we do all these things, you have 3 relationship points to spend. 2 points makes that NPC a friend, which means you get their boon, which means they will do something nice for you. Or like if you're in a Magetower match, they might encourage you, giving you advantage on a check during it. Like they can cheer from the stands if they're your friend.
nice.
If they're your rival, though, they might jeer at you, giving you disadvantage on that same thing. So that's kind of like the,
How many points is a rival?
So rivals are negative. So like if you choose to start with a rival, you can have more relationship points for other students. Given that you guys are only going to have a job and 1 extracurricular, you'll probably only have 2 to 3 students that you're starting out with from year 1 because you guys were mostly focused on each other year 1. So as we go through year 2, you might meet and interact with more students. That being said, so 2 is a friend. If you want to have a beloved, which sounds romantic, but it doesn't have to be. It could be either like a really close sibling-like bond with an NPC, or it could be a romantic bond, or it could just be like a really good friend, like somebody who's just a little bit more than a friend, like a best friend. That's 3 points. So if you want to put all of your eggs into one person basket, like for those of you who aren't taking jobs at the college, you might only have 1 other connection starting out.
Well, could I do 2 friends and a rival?
If you
Would
have
that be
enough
points?
if you have enough people that you interact with, because we're not doing year
We're
1.
not starting with these now. We're going to develop these.
Well, so you're gonna have extracurriculars and jobs that carry over from year 1,
Okay.
and so each one of those
Gotcha.
gives you an NPC that I will reveal on here. So you guys will all have at least 1 connection that you can spend points on, and also you can like save. Like if you only want to put 2 points into who you get, you can save 1. like put it to somebody else later if you want, or like somebody else's. Like if he gets somebody and you're like, he's really cool, I want to be friends with him, you can do that too. That's fine with me.
Nice.
Because you guys all know each other. So, who desperately needs a job? We'll start with you. Okay, Zindi. So your options for jobs, and so your benefits to working at the college itself is you make 5 gold pieces at the start of every week.
Yes.
Keep in mind that you need to make 800 gold pieces by the end of the year to pay your tuition.
Are we working on a
the
52 calendar year or?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
So 250 gold is what we're gonna make.
Yay!
That's
So when somebody says, "Hey, there's a prize for the skating competition,"
totally
you
doing
better
it.
show up.
I'm doing this.
I feel
Okay.
like this is maybe a commentary on a common system that's kind of pervasive right
I don't know what you're
now.
talking about.
I'm just
All right.
Take
trying
it
to get a
private
job.
university.
attending a college student.
And also, when you work a job, and this is kind of baked into what I just said,
Mhm.
you get 1 relationship point with the NPC that you work with at that job.
Okay. That
Okay?
makes sense.
And then I'm just going to go over the jobs, and if everyone can just pay attention as I go over all of them. So, job number 1, you can work at the Biblioplex, which is so much more than a library.
Is it a bodega?
No, it's just the Biblioplex. A book clerk, bookshelver, these are the things you can have. Cafe worker, cleanup crew member, garden tender, or store worker.
Okay.
You could work at the Beau's End Tavern. You could be an assistant manager, cleanup crew member, cook, host, or server. You could work at the campus grounds, graffiti eraser, lawn manicurist, litter retriever, sidewalk sweeper, statuary repairer, or trash collector.
Okay.
There's the campus magic labs, where you could be part of cleanup crew, specimen preparer, where you talk up the things you're going to be casting spells on, volunteer lab partner. You could work in the dormitories, cleanup crew, events assistant, front desk worker, or resident assistant. You could work at the Fire Jolt Cafe, where you're a barista, a cashier, cleanup crew member, or server. You could work in the intramural fields, where it's like the sports fields, and cleanup crew, crowd manager, equipment assistant, groundskeeper, or referee. There's the Strixhaven Performing Arts Society, where you could be on cleanup crew. There's a lot of cleaning to be done.
Yeah.
General assistant. I hope you took prestidigitation. General assistant, refreshments expert, stagehand, ticket taker, or usher. Or you could work at Strixhaven Stadium, which is the official college stadium. Like there's the intramural field where you have gym, and then there's the stadium, where you could be a cleanup crew member, entertainment assistant, equipment assistant, groundskeeper, refreshments expert, ticket taker, or usher. Do you have a thought in mind?
See, my original gut feeling was that I would work at the Oh God, I can't remember.
Biblioplex.
The Biblioplex, because of my
Makes a lot of sense.
desire
You're from
for the
Candlekeep, yeah.
lore. Yeah, I want books, but also just I don't know, role play kind. It's you know what, that job was taken, or they didn't grab Cindy for some reason, and so she's stuck at the cafe trying to,
Okay.
clean tables.
Oh yeah, she's always doomed to not be put where she wants.
Exactly, pretty much. So yeah, so she wanted to work at the Biblioplex, but
So you're at the Fire Jolt Cafe.
I am at the Fire Jolt Cafe.
All right. So under job, go ahead and write Fire Jolt Cafe where it
Okay.
says employer. And then which job did you want? Barista, cashier, cleanup crew, or server?
I'm gonna go for. Hold on. Wait. Employer. That should be Fire Jolt, not job, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Employer. Fire Jolt Cafe. I will be a barista.
All
Let's
right.
see how well this works for her.
She's so big amongst
What?
all
Yes.
those tiny machines.
Yep. Somehow I'm
Working with a little espresso.
gonna love it. This
I
is
love
gonna be
it.
great. What's my dex?
Although, yeah, maybe there's a magic way to do coffee and
Quite possibly. It's got a lot of mage hand.
All right. So your coworker, and I'm going to show this to players, so I don't know if we want to put it up on the map screen or not.
ooh.
It's Mina Lee.
Mina
She looks
Lee.
fancy.
Also, can we pause real quick and look at this like freaking artwork of these colleges?
I
Oh my
love it.
gosh, I know.
It's like very modern, a little minimalist, like maybe minimalist is the wrong
Yeah,
word.
we were
but
trying to
geometric.
decide what
Yeah.
that was
Like block
called, that
printish.
style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, so Mina Lee is my coworker.
If you know what art style that is, you should comment and tell us.
Please do.
Fantastic.
Mina's greatest love is the use of language. She adores how subtle differences in intonation and vocabulary can shape one's perception of reality.
Kinda
Her
like
her
me.
fascination with language extends to spells and verbal components. After graduation, she plans to conduct research on the variance of language in spells and how one might tweak verbal components that the greater magical community considers immutable. And she is, I'm pretty sure, in Silver Quill. Yes, she is a Silver Quill.
Okay.
So she is in your house.
So she'll probably know Gimbal.
Not necessarily, because like the colleges have a lot of people in it,
Okay.
you know what I mean? But these are just like the notable people. But you work with Mina Lee.
I was
So
just
you
about to
put-
be like, I want to be friends with her, but I've got. Well, wait.
Wait.
More
We'll
people,
get there.
more
We'll get
people.
there. All right. So if you want to write down Mina Lee under
Okay.
your relationships,
Okay.
and then you can decide everything else from there. Do you think she's going to be a rival or a friend?
I'm
Are you
gonna
ready
try,
to commit or no?
I think I'm gonna try and be friends with her. We're gonna be
So you want to
friends.
spend 2 of your points to get Mina Lee friend right from the get?
You know what? Yeah, Cindy would.
Okay.
Cindy's totally going all in, and she's like, "I'm gonna befriend this
So
girl." Yeah.
Mina's bond boon. Now that you've decided to put 2
Yeah.
points into her,
So I'm
make
gonna
her
put
a friend.
+2 in
Mhm.
there. Okay. Relationship, friend.
Mina loves sharing her vast repository of knowledge with you. If you seek obscure information that's not secret, Mina researches it and reports her findings within a week.
Yay! So sharing
Wow.
obscure.
Oh yeah, Gimbal
knowledge.
already does it on its own.
Yeah.
Like,
That's probably why you know Mina.
we end up in the stacks together often.
All right, so that's Mina Lee. So we'll
Very
just keep
cool.
going with the jobs thing. Did you have an idea as to what job you would like to do, Nashazi?
Just because Rio always bitches about this, I'm gonna be a cook.
Okay. At the Bow's End Town.
Yep.
All right.
Bosun.
And so Bow's End Tavern, and you're going to be a cook, you said, right?
Sure am.
All right. Well, your coworker. So I have to jump between handouts here.
Is it BOW?
It's Bow. It's BOW''S space End Tavern.
Oh, okay.
Like it's
rainbow.
the end of a bow.
Like
Yeah.
rainbows.
Hold on. I don't think that's yours.
That was like, oh,
No,
my,
this is
The
it.
my
giant-
first cat, and he.
There's another giant one.
Sorry,
Giant one.
some of us woke up 10 minutes before stream and need
Fair enough.
coffee.
I have the flat white.
And then everyone was like, we also. Except for Coulter, who's too
Flat
bad
white.
for us.
It's too late in my day. I'm
Yeah.
up all night.
And nibble.
Well, that's me because I haven't eaten today.
There you go. Sorry, I was
I'll
trying,
do that on
I
the
was
break.
trying
I'll
to
do
be
that on the
discreet. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't
It's
mean to
okay.
derail this off.
You're a human
We
being.
need caffeine.
All right, your coworker is Javanesh Stoutclaw.
Oh,
Hey!
I hate,
he's okay. Bring him down and show him off. Because oh my gosh,
I hate him.
I thought
You hate him?
when I saw this guy's picture, I've never once like been a feathery, but I was like, that's a hot owl.
well, it's because all the chest decor, like
Yeah.
in the open.
I was immediately like, he looks like a badass. Like this guy
Right?
looks like he
Yeah.
works in a kitchen because he's got a shady
He's
past.
grizzled.
He is a Lorehold student.
I probably
Javanesh is an
I might.
imposing and powerfully built owlin who looks prematurely scruffy despite his best efforts. Contributing to his devilishment are tufts of juvenile plumage that refuse to smooth down, a handful of scars whose origin he is not sure of, and at least one hole in which whatever clothing at least one hole in whatever clothing he's wearing.
Okay.
Why did you make the attractive edgelord my coworker?
I did
Why
what
did
you
you
chose.
Maybe this is a
And
value
he's the-
for love.
He is the assistant manager at the tavern as well.
He's your boss.
It's forbidden.
Naughty, naughty.
Make him your beloved.
Make him your beloved.
Whether he's into it or not, I'm gonna be
Well, you know, no matter what he's into, you got it, boo. You're a changeling.
The sex
just like-
games are endless.
It's like you're walking down campus. It's like, oh, that's my boyfriend. Hey, babe.
Or
That's my other boyfriend. Hi.
or just to fuck with him every day. I look different every single day, and he never knows what I'm gonna look.
He's like, the tavern goes through cooks. So
Oh,
fast.
so you're an out changeling this time.
Oh yeah.
Or what you could do is just change something very subtle every day. It's like, do you notice
Did you
it?
notice it?
Did you find it?
So, Javanesh's bond boon. Javanesh's reputation as a tough guy follows you. If peers would be aggressive towards you, they quickly back down.
Neat.
Also, because you have a beloved, you have inspiration. If you interact with your beloved during the school year or during the adventure, you have inspiration point called beloved inspiration.
Aww.
Very cool.
And not just like
It's just same as inspiration. Like you can spend it on any d20 roll to re-roll it. But you have to interact with your beloved to get it, and then it lasts until long rest or whatever.
okay, cool.
But
And
since
that's
we're
all-
not necessarily doing long rest, it just lasts until the session is over.
That's all 3 points, right?
Yeah, you have to spend 3 points to make him your beloved. All right. Would you like to think about a job?
So so just to understand, is the option to have one job and one extracurricular, or alternatively 2 extracurriculars?
If you would like to do 2 extracurriculars, we can. That
Okay,
is
cool.
fine.
I think I'm going to do one job and one extracurricular.
Okay. I'm assuming the biblioplans.
Yes.
Okay.
And I already came with experience, so I'd like to be a book clerk.
Yeah, book clerk it is.
I had 2 extracurriculars that I wanted, but I'm like, okay, which one? Shit.
Hang on, there are a lot of names and they're all very similar. So let me find this guy. Let me find his handout.
The first time Gibble's ever come into a library where he didn't immediately have to start reorganizing it. And he's been in love ever
He's
since.
in love.
This is by far my favorite of the students, so I really hope you like him because he is by far my favorite. Meet Drazmir Yarnask.
Hey, hey!
Oh my god, I
Drazmir.
love him.
Her name.
He's
Drazmir is a Quandric student. Drazmir is so soft-spoken that many of his peers must ask him to speak up to be understood. He is over 7 feet tall, yet he continuously stoops as if trying to occupy as little space as possible. Several activities and clubs that involve feats of strength and size continuously try to recruit him to no avail. Drazmir prefers spending his time in the biblioplex, where he works as a book clerk, assisting students in finding required tests and shelving returns. He moves silently through the stacks, and he has given more than one student a scare when they turned around to suddenly find him there.
Ooh,
I,
he's a gentle giant.
I feel like
I
this is
love
the
it.
perfect bestie for Gimble because he's giant and silent, and Gimble's small and loud.
Also, has there ever been a more perfect boyfriend for Zindi ever?
Drazmir.
Somebody her height who also loves book and is a poet.
I'm like, how do we get more friend points? Because I want to be friends with him too.
Well, I will
Let's
pick
use it.
these
Get a
NPCs for they say add a student here throughout the story. So I will pull from these characters unless you guys are shopping for more. And so you will have opportunities. And also, if I say he's a Quandric student, so if you want to put him on your relationships, just to remember for the future, that's perfectly fine with me. You're in the same college, that's fine. Do you want to be friends with?
I'm going to tentatively put a 1 in case somebody else pops up, but he's more than likely going to be 2.
I'm going to tell you his bond boon in an
Yes.
attempt to persuade you.
Got it.
Drazmir writes you poetry, and the smile it puts on your face makes you likable to everyone on campus except the most stone-hearted.
That's so
Aw.
sweet. And selfishly, I already wanted Gimble to be likable.
There you go. Would you like to take a job? Drew?
I'm gonna give him 2, and because I might have a rival, so then I'll still have him at 2.
Yeah, I think I would probably wanted to get a job to work on my social skills, but I would like to work as a specimen preparer in the mid lab.
So the campus magic labs.
Magic lab, yeah.
So, where I'm getting flashback recall to Dream during Dread.
Sure.
We're the scientists then too. I love it.
Okay, so your coworker is Urzmatac Grosh.
I'm sorry, bless you.
What?
Oh.
This book has awesome names.
Urzmatac
When I tell you
What
that I have to like go and
race
look for
is that?
them, I believe they
Orc?
are a half orc. But let me hang on, let me get this.
With 2 tongues.
They're like a
No, they're
No, those are the
tusks.
tusks.
Tusk.
The half. The
Oh,
orc tusk.
okay. That makes more sense.
they're a very regal half orc.
Urs.
Urzmatac.
Oop, I did not really
Urzmatac.
show that to you. So he's a Witherbloom student.
Makes sense.
Does it say what species he is? Oh, it probably says in his description. First to class, last to leave, and always asking for additional homework. Urzmatac is a meticulous student. Despite his consistently high marks, Urzmatac makes no attempt to show off. Although his studies seem rudimentary to him, rumor has it that he is completing enough credits to earn multiple degrees when he graduates.
I would like to be his friend.
Smarty Pants McGillicuddy right here.
Urzmatac makes it clear he wants everyone to use his full first name. Should anyone use a nickname, he won't acknowledge the address. And he's also a specimen preparer, actually. So not only are you coworkers, but you work together closely. So his boon bond, no matter the subject, you can always find a partner to study with, whether it's Urzmatac or a classmate doing him a favor.
Always have steady partner.
Nice.
His boon bane, if you make a rival of him, no one on campus who isn't another player character will study with you.
What?
Yeah.
That's
You know,
power.
like I kind of want to be his rival, but then I was like, no.
I know.
That's power right there.
Out of curiosity, what is Drazmir's Bane?
I can go back to it. Hang on.
Well, are any of us planning on making?
I want to maybe
Rival
have a
of-
rival, but not him.
Other students who work in the bibliotheques refuse to help you find any of the tomes you seek. Even the
That'd be bad.
reference librarians are more cryptic.
That'd be bad.
Don't
Yeah.
rival him because the library is like off limits to you.
Oh god, all of these rivals sound horrible. I was excited.
Well,
about
because
that.
it's kind of like if you think about it, like it's like they're you're Draco Malfoy.
Yeah.
So I mean, like no matter what influence they have, they wield it against you.
They have so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like rivals, like it's more of like I can't fucking stand this guy. You know what I mean? Like and so you're rude to them, or like it's like rivals are fun,
Yeah.
but they're not meant to be like casual rivals. Like they're rivals.
They're in
Gotcha.
What's Javanesh?
You get beat up after school.
Javanesh's Bond Bane is the servers at Bozen Tavern know you are no friend of Javanesh. At the slightest sign of trouble, they blame you and ask you to leave. So his isn't that bad.
Okay.
You just can't eat at the one place to get food on campus.
Can't eat. That's fine.
All right, so now we're going to move on to extracurricular activities. If my mouse would go where I want it to. All right, so these, like I said, are just clubs. So there's a bunch of them. Now, with each club, it comes with 2 associated skills, and we'll go into this a little bit later, but you will get what are called student dice, which are D4s, which you can use on certain skills. It's actually semi-perfect. But so the skills you can use them on are based on your extracurriculars. So if you ever have to roll a skill that's from your extracurricular and you have student die from doing well on a test or something like that, you can use it to add to it. It's basically guidance, but for these specific skills.
Very cool.
So to go over, and each one of these come with a few, like I think there's like 1 or 2, I think there's 2 for each extracurricular students. So there's the Dead Language Society, which is these linguist lovers take advantage of Strixhaven's deep repository of tomes written in ancient and near extinct languages, teaching themselves these tongues and often translating their favorite works.
Nerds.
Distinguished, and if somebody wants instead of going through each one, like if you like that sounds interesting, can you read me the
Yeah.
description?
let's do
Distinguished Society of Fine Artists,
that.
Dragon Chess Club,
Ooh.
Dragon's
Nerds.
Guard, Dragon's Guard Historical Society. I'm gonna stop you guys right here. These are all nerd clubs.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
We're at a nerd school. We are nerds.
Even the sports here are nerd sports. You know what I mean? Like
Curling.
Dragon's Guard Historical Society, Fantastical Horticulture Club, Future Entrepreneurs of Strixhaven, Intramural Gymnastics Club, Intramural Skee Ball Club.
Ski ball.
I want to hear about the skee ball club.
These hardy athletes train together and compete in rough and tumble Strixhaven game of skis. Oh, I'm sorry, it's silk ball. Silk ball. Sorry, my brain saw skee ball.
What's silk ball?
It's just, which is played in muddy fields with balls made of spider
Oh,
silk.
never mind. No.
I'm assuming it's football. Javanesh is in that club.
You can go cheer them on.
Yeah.
Intramural Water Dancing Club. Live Action Role Playing Guild.
Oh,
You could play D&D in D&D.
It's amazing.
Magetower Cheer Squad. Magetower is their Q word, if you know what I mean.
Or what?
If we went to a British magic school and we played
Oh.
their particular game, it would
Oh,
be
I see what you're
Magetower.
saying. Got it.
Oh my
Just
god, can
don't
you
end up in a
imagine
ditch.
Zindi? Zindi on the cheer squad.
She's just like bigger than all the rest of them. Wah, wah.
she's the bottom of the pyramid.
Totally.
Why do I always have to be the bottom of the pyramid, guys?
The male fire genasi is on the cheer squad. Play Actors Drama Guild. Strixhaven Iron Lifters Society. And that's the student from that one is Greta Gorin, and she's like this super buff dwarf lady. Like, she's great. I was hoping somebody would got her. But Strixhaven Show Band Association, the Strixhaven Star, which is the newspaper, and Student Mages of Faith, which is kind of like a everyone comes together and like it's like a religious, but it's like to learn other people's cultures and celebrate holidays, and they help with like holiday celebrations for like people who are far from home and stuff like that.
That's sweet.
That's it.
Okay.
I looked at these ahead of time, and I am between the Star and the Future Entrepreneurs of Strixhaven.
Given your backstory,
Future entrepreneurs.
is a good choice, I would say.
The Fest Club.
The only Future Entrepreneurs, the only reason I would go against it is I wonder if Gimbel's going to be like, I already am working as a book clerk while I'm here. Isn't that enough? But I don't know.
I'm going to show you the student that you would gain from that, and this might change your
For the
mind.
future entrepreneurs.
Yes, because he is so much.
Oh my god.
Grayson Wildemir.
I think I found my rival. He looks kind of like a dick.
He definitely does. So you thinking Fest then?
Well, sorry.
You're gonna be a fesser.
Can you tell me his boon and bane?
Yes, I can. You shouldn't pick based on that, but I will.
Okay. Who's the student that I would get from the Star?
We're not vain or anything.
Also him and Mina Lee.
Really?
Mhm.
Also him?
Yep, he's involved.
And Mina Lee. Wow.
He's rich. He doesn't have to work.
You.
That's what I should. This is why I should not have taken the job at the bibliothèque, but I'm really happy with my big Minotaur friend. I want to be the Star because I also wanted to meet Mina. So
Okay. So now you have Grayson, Wildemir, and Mina as people you have connections with. And you're not going to make a rival out of Mina, right?
no, she seemed cool. Grayson, I don't know anything about Grayson. He might be a lovely person.
Grayson
he just looked
comes-
a little bit like a dick. So
Grayson comes from an old, moneyed, and influential family. To him, studying at Strixhaven is a means to an end. And learning business acumen is just as important to Grayson as his classes. So he has joined the Future Entrepreneurs of Strixhaven. Grayson makes a point to know as much about everyone as possible, gathering information until he finds the best circumstances to use it. Having learned to pick locks, he often accesses places where he's unauthorized, searching for secrets.
see, funny enough that like take all of that and make it friendly, and that was exactly what I was thinking Gimbal would be like, because he's just here to
Literally gimbal.
like.
Well, but see, that's the best rival though. Is like
Your
he
opposite?
sees you as fucking annoying because you're always trying to learn people's secrets, and like while he's also trying to learn everyone's secrets. He's also a silver cloak. So
Okay, makes sense.
so you're thinking rival.
I'm gonna hold off on that for now.
And so the Strixhaven Star, your student skills are investigation and insight.
Okay.
All right. Who wants to go next for your extracurricular activities?
Chess.
Dragon.
Yep.
The 3 dragon chests or just dragon? What is it? They're alphabetical.
We'll see if I
I
click
think
the
you're
job.
dragon. Just I think you're thinking of 3 dragon.
Dragon chest club. Yes. So your skills are deception and investigation.
You could be in both. He's in both.
Do we gain those?
So
Uh,
did you not take a job?
no, he did. I'm
She was-
saying
yeah.
I'm making up rules.
So deception and investigation for Dragon Chess Club, and there's 2 in this one that you guys have not gotten yet. So find their names. First is Venom. Oh yes.
Ooh, look at this
Bedem
one.
Rampart Sauvage.
Eagle.
I was just, that's the word I was looking for.
So if we want to move him to the side, and I will put the second one up, and then I can scroll up and get you their stuff. And then also Tilana.
I'm so sorry. Which club is this? Because he's
Dragon.
off.
Yeah.
Chess club.
Tilana.
So the chess club is like the classiest people.
I see.
See, this book is so cool, you guys. I really discounted it because I didn't like what they did with the character options, but like they put a lot of
They
thought
did
into
other
This is
stuff.
neat. This is really good.
and so now
Tell me
we're gonna
about these.
go into Bedem first. Bedem Rampart Sauvage. Since their name is difficult to pronounce without a trunk, Bedem has taken to referring to themselves as Rampart, the closest translation of their name in common. They are often found poring over ancient texts detailing battles, seeking to better understand the tactical decisions that result in victory and defeat. Rampart is happy to discuss their knowledge with fellow members of the Dragon's Guard Historical Society, often doing so until late into the night. Rampart's opponents at the Dragon Chess Club find themselves outmatched time and again by the Luxodon's technique. The Rampart is a gracious winner. They attend all their classes clad in gilded, centuries-old plate armor with an immense and similarly decorated sword strapped to their back. Rampart explains that doing so better simulates the battlefield conditions they study.
There was there magic. Yes.
He might be a cleric. I don't know. They don't really give their classes. He is a Lorehold student,
Okay.
so you.
I may know of Rampart.
Mm.
We may
What
have
about
classes together.
Tilana?
All right, let's go to Talana next.
Her smile animates me.
Talana's poised demeanor and steady gaze are remarkable. An excellent judge of character, she doesn't associate with those she deems mean-spirited. Her exacting judgment has led to her to join the Dragon Chess Club, and while she is still honing her skill at the game itself, she compensates by reading her opponent instead of the board. Many a foe has struggled to sit in silence as she gives them her full attention, probing for weaknesses, the pieces seemingly incidental.
You couldn't handle my full attention.
She is also in the intramural Silkball Club.
Oh, neat.
And
She's a good competitor. It sounds.
she is a Quandrix student.
Part of me wants her as a rival because, I try to change my appearance a lot, I feel like.
So I know I just told him I wouldn't tell you guys Bondbane's, but hers, it's worded so great. The faculty doesn't trust you or help you much, for rumor has it that Talana has found you wanting.
Just the rumor. Nope.
Talana doesn't like him? Ooh, we shouldn't have fucked with
wow.
that.
I kind of want it just because.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun sounding. I mean, this is more and more sounding like a lot of drama, just having fun with the drama of
Yes.
being at a school.
Oh, I mean, and that's part of like a majority of the events like are tagged as like relationship events. So like you're there to like interact with like the NPCs and
Neat.
stuff. And of course, the more of these you guys pick up, the more people I have to store in my brain.
Rival, please.
Wow.
What about Rampart? Are you gonna make him a friend now that you have 2 extra points?
Yeah.
Okay. So his bond boon is Rampart's commanding presence rubs off. And when you're trying to avoid campus security, your fellow students always help you lie low.
So the faculty really doesn't like me because I get my own shit.
Right.
And I'm found.
Yeah.
They're like, Solana doesn't like him and he hangs out with Rampart, that weird like Luxodon who's always like yelling, "Do the battlements!"
Okay. So
Debating making Grayson a rival.
Who has not picked
it's
Mr.
beloved rival, and then is it friend or
Friend.
Friend.
You can technically have multiple beloveds though, just so like no one
Yeah.
feel pressured to not
Yeah.
do that, but you don't have the points at this point, I think. But
I was thinking that Zindi would either be the Dead Language Society or the live action roleplay.
it's up to
Oh
you.
my god, I love
I can tell you Drazmir Yamask is in the Dead Language Society. And you haven't picked a beloved yet.
That's true.
But that
But I
means
only have 1 point left, right? Because I have 3.
whoever
You have to
else
get a rival.
you have to be a rival with whoever else is a Dead Languages Society.
Do
Okay, Dead Languages Society.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ooh, that might be
So
rough.
we've already went over to Drazmir Yamask.
Yes.
This is our first Prismir student.
Okay. Wait, but I would be, let me put Drazmir. How do you spell his name again? Let me look it up. Hold on. No.
I have it here.
Okay. Where is
Can
he?
you? Is there?
Drazmir.
Drazmir.
So if you guys
Drazmir.
pull out the side, all of these characters will be listed. Because I'm showing them to you.
Okay.
So if you pull out the side menu, you can see them all.
Drazmir Yarnask.
Is there like a severity of rival?
So it can get worse. So like how it works is like because you're negative, when you get a positive point, you can like buy off a rival. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And our rival's
So-
-2, right?
Is there a -1?
Yeah. So when you get to -1, they no longer have the bond bane. But like starting out, if you choose a rival, you have to start at -2.
Okay,
I won't let you do.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, Grayson's a -2,
Do I have to?
and then Mina's a 2.
I'm wondering, maybe I just know Drazmir and I'm like a little nervous around. Like, I don't know if I can. Do I
Are
have
you
to make him
sure?
a friend?
Because this is the most F boy town.
What? Quintilius
name?
Antonian
Quintilius.
Melantor.
The third.
The third.
Quintilius approaches all his endeavors with the utmost seriousness. He believes one should either do something correctly or not at all. Quintilius is a member of the university's Play Actors Drama Guild, where his dedication to what he calls the craft is absolute. He looks down at what are you guys pointing at?
I was gonna say something, but
He looks down on other actors who are slow to memorize lines or who miss cues. Backstage crew members fare better, as Quintilius regards them as crucial and often brings them and the directors flowers or notes of thanks. While Quintilius is a powerful presence on stage, especially in romantic roles, critics have called his performances histrionic. To better perform his future roles in ancient plays, Quintilius has joined the Dead Languages Society. He plans to perform his roles in the play's original languages, regardless of whether the rest of the production is translated. See, so are you sure you don't want to make this asshat a rival?
I feel like Zindi would try not to make anyone a rival.
But would it be your choice?
Right, yeah, no. I think he'd probably have a
Because
really
remember,
hard time
a
with
rival could
But Cindy's
dislike
so
you.
charming. She's so disarming. Like,
Mhm.
I
But
think you would
Quintilius
see
is
her.
that kind of but Quintilius is the kind of person where if she like dropped something near him, it's like, oh, you oaf. You know what I mean? Like, because if you don't do something his way, it's incorrect.
Like, you have to
Well,
go
Zindi-
balls to the wall or not at all.
Mm.
I'm like, whereas I'm just trying to get by.
And also,
So you
he's
might not
only in the
fuck
Dead
with
Languages Society, so he can like make himself better, not because he actually cares.
Guess I'm getting a rival, guys.
Yes.
Quintilius Melantor the Third.
Okay.
Quintilius and
And he's a
Antiquity.
-2, right? Which gives me
Yes.
2 more points.
Yes.
Okay.
So now you have 3 points to put in your Minotaur.
I don't know if I'm a Minotaur boyfriend right now. I think I'm gonna play that out and see how it goes.
Be boyfriend. He could just be very close to you, and then maybe it develops into boyfriend.
Maybe. Well, let it ruminate. Let it ruminate. I'm gonna.
I'm saving my extra points still.
His bond bane is whenever you perform as part of a production, which Cindy may never do, a small crowd shows up and boos you specifically.
Small crowd.
It feels like the Sims. You're trying to learn guitar.
Well, none of these. So what's great about these is none of these have
Don't
like
worry, Javanesh,
minus
I'll
to
fuck them up
this
for
or
you.
disadvantage against that. So like,
I just want to know what clubs Javanesh is in.
Javanesh is in the Silk Ball Club,
Okay, so I thought.
and sorry, the 2 pieces of information are 2 different places, so I have to go back and forth.
I just love the fact that I have to write down
He's
crowd
only in the
boos
Silk
my
Ball Club
performance.
because he works. So you're only in 2
Okay.
extracurriculars if you don't work. So he is just in the Silk Ball Club. All right. I think you haven't
Yeah, my
gone.
job,
Yeah,
boyfriend.
Oh, hang on 2 seconds. So you decided to make Wildemir your rival?
Yes.
Okay, so your bond bane from him being your rival. Gossip columns proclaim exaggerated versions of your worst traits.
Fair. I don't read gossip columns.
Well, and it's funny because you work at that paper, so you'd think if anyone could like stop that from happening.
my thought process is like Gimbal probably would never even think about reading that, so it's just he never caught.
Dream
Never
Rank is like,
catches it.
I did not know that you were a lazy layabout. That is interesting.
I like to be in the drama club.
Oh,
To
with
further-
Grayston Wildemir.
Further understand the emotion.
What am I putting here?
So then you're putting deadline.
Wait, you mean with
name.
Quintilius and
One.
Tifum?
Oh, yeah.
Melantor the Third.
Quintilius, yeah.
Okay.
Let me
Which
make
name?
sure, but I'm pretty
Is it
sure he's
people
in
that
that
I
club.
know?
No, that's your
Yeah, I
extracurricular
think that's-
It's called the Play Actors
Okay.
Drama Guild.
Got it. Okay.
And yes,
I'll
it's
check it out.
Quintilius, A. Melantor the Third, and Rubina Larkingdale.
That's a nice name.
Oh, that's right, because I have a job, so I can't have 2.
Also, I'm not to
What
throw
am
you
I-
off more. Oh, she's nice.
Oh, she looks badass.
Hello.
I like it.
I believe I'm the only person you gave the or Coulter are the only ones you gave skills to.
So the
Very
Play
sure,
Actors
yeah.
Drama Guild, your skills are Arcana and Deception. Which one's it? Dead Language Society?
Mhm.
Is Athletics and History?
Why is that athletics? Okay.
Do not know.
Acting its presence.
And then what was your extracurricular? The Star? I think I told you yours.
Yeah, I
right?
think he got his.
And then there's a spot for member. I'm not. So that I'm a member?
So like if you if you didn't want to have a relationship, but there's like a person maybe it
Okay.
doesn't say.
Gotcha.
And
What
then
is
those-
it? This is we're proficient in these.
No. So these skills, if you use those skills and you have student die, you can use your student die on these skills.
Got it.
With the player, so Rubina Larkingdale. When Rubina walks into a room, people take notice.
course they
She
do.
is also Silver Quill. People take notice. A measured performer with gravitas beyond her years. Ooh, Quintilius probably hates this chick. Rubina is a valued member of the Play Actors Drama Guild who can handle weightier roles than more melodramatic actors can't. This has caused friction within the guild as members vie for parts. Rubina's stage presence extends to delivering presentations in class. While she orates, one can almost imagine a hardened general marshaling her bloodied and exhausted troops for a final push against a far superior foe. She's also in the Show Band Association.
Nice.
I have 1 point left. I'm putting it on her.
All right, you want Rubina Larkingdale?
I feel like these are like all of the things that like Gimbal's checking off of his list of like, yeah, I'm never going to be on a stage, but I need to be able to command a room. This is going to work.
I'll put my last point in her, and then hopefully get a second point. We'll be friends. I'm probably like really scared of her right now. Like, I want to be her.
Her bond boon, Rubina's gravitas, off, and you can easily command an entire room's attention. They hear your words favorably if you wish.
Wow.
And her bane is whenever any band performs in public, its members stop and shake their heads in disapproval when they see you.
These are like some bad bands. Like,
Right.
Well, I mean, like that one.
Not
I
bad,
mean,
just, like,
like it's like as long as you're not trying to sing something, it's fine. Okay, my turn to sing. Acapella. All right. So everyone has their job. Everyone has their extracurriculars. Who wants to go over class schedules?
let's do it.
I'll be right back.
I'm like, I still have 2 points left because I only have Drazmir at 1 right now. I think
Well,
no, I'm gonna
anyone
make
else
him,
who
I'm
is
gonna make him a
listed,
friend. I'm gonna make him a friend. Let's make him a friend and see if it keeps going.
like I said, anyone who's in your house
The
can
table's
also
definitely
be
full.
a potential relationship.
So I
if
have
you want
one
to.
more.
So if you wanted to get the elephant, he was Lorehold.
Oh, that's right.
And you guys could start a club. The all the doors are too small club. Or you just sit
With
around
me
at
and
the cafe.
Drazmir too.
You guys just sit at the cafe and complain about all the size of the doors.
You know, the architecture here really should have just taken into account.
Take
It's
up space in
especially screwed up because all the stairs at Strixhaven are magically enchanted to compensate. So like if you have bigger feet, the stairs actually will elongate, right? Or if you're in a wheelchair, they'll turn into a ramp, or they'll turn into an escalator if you have trouble moving. Like, so they did that, but they can't make the doors bigger.
I have to duck down every time I want to go into math class.
Every time.
Do
Like it.
you need his name?
I
You
can
just
look it
put
up.
Rampart.
Rampart, yes.
Oh man, I had so much fun with that. I thought everyone was gonna be like, this is super lame.
No,
No, this is
Super fun.
fantastic.
Thank
Are you
you,
kidding me?
everyone. All right. So now we need to get into the meat of the year. Like I said, you guys are all friends, and you have these relationships with people. If you feel the need to fill out your report card from last year, you can. It's not like it gives you student die, but you would have used them by the time this
I
year.
want to forget my first year. It's fine.
All right. All right, we will start with Zindi. And you don't have to write these down. If you want to
Okay.
write them on the back of your card just so you know what classes you're
I think
taking,
that's-
that's perfectly
Yeah, I think
fine.
that's a good idea.
And I need a D10 roll from you.
Okay. Where is the D10?
And just so everyone knows, this year a required course is scrivening and symbology, so you are all taking that class
Okay.
together.
Is this one? D10.
Symbols.
Scrivening and symbology.
Scrivening.
Not one biology.
And what did you get on your D10?
4.
4. You are Lorehold, so roll again, please.
6.
All right. So you are taking basic arcane artifacts, historical figures in magic,
Mordenkainen. Probably got.
and life auras and necrosis.
Oh.
You're Witherbloom, you're taking it.
Nice.
D10 for me, my dude.
Mm.
And did you write down scrivening and
I
symbology?
did.
So we're writing down our class schedules on the back of our
Got it. Okay.
You're all taking it.
8.
Scrivening and symbol.
Scrivening and symbology.
Scrivening.
All right. So you are Quandrix, right?
Yes, sir.
So you are taking applied computational magic.
Riveting.
Computational magic? That sounds like math.
It is 100% math. He's in the class that loves math. Like all the Quandrix students, when they cast spells, it's all like arcane numbers, formulas, and like complex geometric shapes and.
If Gimbal could mine her.
And quantitative arcanophysics.
Oh, fuck.
Sounds like math.
And then what did you roll? 8.
Yep.
You're also taking pyromancy and the arts
Mm.
at the Prismari College.
That's cool.
And the arts, like fire art? What?
Firebending.
So there are
Nice.
no explanations of any of
It's
these. They're
just
just
called that,
names
yeah.
and which college is offering. All right, Gimbal, who is in Silver Quill, correct?
Yes.
So you're taking scrivening and symbology, linguistics in spellcasting, and verbal components and the law.
What?
The law.
I don't know what that means.
You
at
can't
all.
use that
I like
word.
it.
It's not allowed because it means something else. But
Mm.
I'm wondering if it's like, like
In the law or and the law?
and the law.
My thought was it would be a matter of like when you're dealing with magic in a court setting or in a legal setting.
Because they
Yeah.
could just be the course
How-
names.
Yeah, like how
Yeah.
verbal components are interpreted.
And then a D10 to find out your fourth class. In your tote bag of dice.
I know. I have way too many dice now, which is never true. You can never have too many. Dice.
Right.
I spent
If it were a
too much time on
D4,
setup today and never got my dice out. One.
You are also taking applied computational magic.
I feel like he saw the other two courses and was like, shit. Where's my crunch? Like,
I also feel like Z is taking these and is trying to make it look like he understands things, but he doesn't. And so he's friends with Gimbal because Gimbal understands. And he's like, bro, can you help me?
Like he got into Quantric space purely on his clockwork
Yeah,
sorcerer
exactly.
stuff. They're like, oh, such beautiful
Right?
arcane mechanical. And you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
that one spins.
Right. That one's my favorite because it's squiggle.
But secretly he wants to be an artist, so he's taking Prismari classes. All right, Witherbloom time. All right, Witherbloom classes are Introduction to Reanimation.
nice.
So you're raising a lot of zombies this year. Life auras and necrosis, which you share with Cindy.
Yay.
What was it called?
Life auras and necrosis.
Auras and necrosis. Nice.
I'm
And
trying to
then a
round out my
D10.
education.
9.
9. Quantitative arcanophysics.
hey!
Arcanophysics.
Gimbal is so jealous.
We let you read our
If-
notes after class.
If any of you guys don't like one of your classes, the last one that we didn't discuss would have been electro choreography. If somebody wants to take this.
Do you shock people till they get the
Dancing lightning?
Again, it does not say.
I would swap out verbal components and the law, but I think I like the rest of them.
Well, that's a required class for your college, though.
Means to an end. Gimbal
So,
means to an end.
Zindi and Dream, you guys have scrivening and symbology, as well as life, auras, and necrosis together.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have quantitative arcanophysics with Z.
We have applied computational math.
Yes.
And
Are we-
scrivening and symbology.
Are we all taking the scrivening and symbology
You
classes?
all are in that same class together.
Okay, scrivening and symbology is one class?
Yes.
Not two. Okay, I had it as two classes. I'm like, wait, no, that's one title. Got it. Scrivening and
And they want you to roll on a D10 or like choose your courses, but I like the concept of you like taking your college courses because
yeah, no,
you would
yeah.
take the courses that you're in
You
college
gotta
to
take your prereqs.
Which is like a Lorehold student who's taking nothing but Presmari classes. Why wouldn't you just be in Presmari? You know what I mean? To me.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever like seen this.
Do the goblin voice, Coulter. Do your shiny, shiny math rock.
Shiny, shiny Matra. Never enough. Never enough.
Because Coulter is definitely the dice goblin of the stream.
I like it. I like
it.
My brother gave me 5 new packs for Christmas.
Yes,
I have a lot more now.
Awesome.
Well, like people give me dice, and I collect dice from people who like come to my games and leave them at my house. Like that rainbow die we randomly found of yours,
That
yeah.
I've been missing for
Amazing.
2 years and matches the rest of my rainbows.
But like I have like lunch boxes filled with my extras, and I just bring a few sets where I go
Indeed.
because I'm not a dice goblin. I'm a dice dragon. Like I hoard them.
Yeah.
And I only bring out the ones that I want to bring because the rest are precious.
You can save
They're
their
part of your
magic.
bed, so. Yeah.
And I routinely look at $600+ dice sets online
Oh, same.
and
Those
go,
exist?
yeah. I keep trying to convince my husband. Is like, you have never bought me jewelry. You could buy me this jeweled dice set.
Instead of jewelry.
Interesting.
I don't wear it, Tiffany. I play with it.
All right, and with that, and like an hour and a half in, we're ready to start playing.
Session.
All right, so second year of Strixhaven has begun. You guys had we won't even go over what happened in first year in case some point we want to go back and do that as like a prequel.
There we go.
Like the first year.
I won't want to.
Strixhaven. First year.
The
I
early
fucking
years.
hate 1 through 3. I don't want to go back.
Well, this isn't a super heavy combat game.
This
so
is
it's
very
not-
true. I'm okay, maybe.
All right. You guys have just finished your classes, and I'm going to decide, just as a command, that scrivening and symbology is your guys' last class of the day. So, like, at the end of classes, you guys are always together.
Gotcha.
You're leaving your scrivening and symbology. Z, your head is swarming because, like, it's all... Like, you just got your head around math at the beginning of the day, and now it's all... You had a wonderful period where you just got to dance with fire for a little bit, and then now it's right back into language and you guys are heading towards the Bow's End Tavern at the end of classes. When your peers' shouts of camaraderie punctuate the air as you finish your first second year classes for the day. Nearby, you see Bow's End Tavern, where you'll find friends waiting. So your guys' 1 and 2 bonds are all kind of like hanging out at the tavern.
Am I working?
No, not right now. I mean, you could clock in if you want, but then that would kind of remove you from the role play. But
What year? Do we know what year students each of these are? Sorry, I probably should have.
so all of your bonds are the same year as you.
Okay.
So like they started year 1 with you, and then year 2. So like the year 3 students kind of like don't pay attention to you, and you don't care about year 1 students. So
Got it.
because the students age up with you, like they all have stat blocks for the different years, which is kind of fun. So each one of these students has a stat block for year 2 and year 1 and year 3. Anyway, who is your bonds? It's a good one.
I have Urzmatac and Rubina.
Drazmir and Rubina
Javanesh.
and Mina.
And Ram.
We're gonna say Javanesh. This is a good Javanesh thing. So Javanesh approaches you like as you're putting on your apron, and he's going, "It's happening.
What?
The Magetower game. The professors invited the student body to field 2 Magetower teams for a game at the end of the year. It's the Battle of Strixhaven, and the winners and the supporters get bragging rights for life, and all of us, like referencing your group of friends, think you would make the best team. You'd win for sure."
Are we going against the faculty? Because hell yes.
No, it's another team.
Who's the other team?
Nobody knows yet. Nobody's even registered. If you're in, you can register your team with Professor Sharkbeak. Come on. We'll talk you into it over Curdy's caster stew.
Oh, we should tell Grayson about this. I feel like bragging rights for life is very much his thing.
Yeah. That could work. I mean,
He just doesn't know he hates
That's right.
And then he hands you this flyer.
We totally should get Grayson to do this so we can rub it in his face.
And I will read it aloud. The 48th triennial rivalry between the Ivories returns. So the Battle of Strixhaven is only done every 3 years. So it happens to be your second year when it happens. The Battle of Strixhaven. Join your teachers and peers at Strixhaven Stadium for the competition of a lifetime. 2 teams, each made up of students from our university, will battle in an epic game of Magetower to win glory as well as bragging rights for the rest of the academic careers. Game time, noon, final day of term. Cheer for your peers until you're hoarse. To register as a team, see Professor Mavinta Sharpbeak at the Biblioplex. The winning team will receive a suitable reward.
Would be nice to know what the reward is.
And we get a whole 2 years of whatever cloud this means.
And it's our only chance to join it.
I was initially thinking that it would be better if this was on our first year, so that then we could compete again on our 4th year to have 2 chances and a better probability of winning. But this falls better for bragging rights.
Do we know how much we're gonna get paid?
It says a suitable reward, so I think that's up in the air.
Maybe we get
Let's
to
do it.
take the belongings of the losing team.
Would you like
That's
to
why
talk?
they don't know.
Oh, I don't want to lose my belongings.
I don't think that's necessarily the direction this is going.
Would you
I
like to
don't
talk
think
to?
they want these, and I pull out like some weird chemicals that I've been using in the lab.
Urktamas goes, oh, is that a siren's tears? I've been looking for that for an experiment. I'm trying to turn a toad into a flying toad that weeps constantly.
Then you should have these. My
I'll
plan
only
was
take
Drazmir.
half, and he removes his own set of vials and, like, with a stopper, very slowly starts moving half of it over, so you can have it for your own experiment. If you want to make something eternally cry.
I hope I can come up with something suitable.
Well, your reanimated cat today was a little lackluster, so we should be working on that. After you have to work, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
Why would you want to make something eternally cry?
Then you always have salt water on hand?
And plus, it's handy to know the emotional state of a creature at all times. You don't have to guess.
I like that.
We could experiment on you. I've never experimented on a gnome before.
I'd rather have a creature that was eternally happy, perhaps, and maybe we should stick with
Well, but
But we can't do that with siren's tears.
And how are we going to find the children's laughter on such short notice? They're impossible to make laugh.
I don't.
So we're all in that competition.
Yes.
So Javanesh is just talking to Z, and like the other cook who's like off right now is kind of like standing there, kind of like staring daggers at Nazashi as the assistant manager is like boisterously telling him about Magetower instead of making him clock in. Each of the 2 teams has an equal number of students, usually not exceeding 5. So if you guys sign up, the other team will have to have 4, right? Unless you want to get somebody else for your team. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't have anything going on at the end of term, but Silk Ball's fun and everything. But Magetower teams are hard to get on when I can fly.
You told us about the tournament. It makes sense that you would be on our team.
Seriously, bro?
I am not your bro.
Seriously, lady, bro?
Seriously, bro.
He picks up Gimbal and gives him a big boisterous hug, and he was like, "You smell nice. Why do you smell so nice? You just got out of class."
I tend to bathe and prestidigitate often.
I should learn that. I should learn that spell. Yeah. Mm.
I will just I'll fist bump him and use the fist bump to do the same to him.
Yeah. My dad is always complaining because owlin don't usually sweat, but for some reason I'm a very damp owl. Each team is. Are you beloveds with him?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that explains why he's doubly giving you special treatment.
Yeah.
Is it a romantic thing or
Javanesh, yeah.
it's romantic?
Yeah.
Okay. So then Javanesh gave you a little peck when you walked in. She's not capable of kissing.
Literally a
Each team is represented by a small mascot creature that reflects one of the Strixhaven's colleges, as described in Mascots section of the Life at Strixhaven chapter. I shouldn't have read that.
It's okay, you're
Huh?
When the game begins, the 2 mascots are placed on high towers at opposite ends of the field of play. Each team tries to seal the opposing mascot and transport it back to their tower at the end of the field. Doing scores 1 points. The game occurs in 3 phases of 20 minutes each. The team that scores the most points by the end of the 3rd phase wins the game. Anything that could cause damage to a participant, mascot, or spectator, or that would damage the field of play in any way is prohibited. Breaking this rule results in expulsion from the game. So while you can use magic, offensive magic is off the team. And I will say this before anyone gets super excited, the game is a set of roll 20s and you can use spells, but it's not like I cast fly, it's like I cast fly and then that gives you an automatic success for that round.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So it's not like
Okay.
the game is that's why earlier I was like, I hope we do the whole thing, because like if we rush right to the game's not as like
Yeah.
dynamic as it
Gotcha.
could be. But it's fine. It's fun. Whatever. Questionable use of magic can be called as a foul by the game's referee. A faculty member fills that post during official games. So like using phantasmal force, you would have to prove that it didn't harm the other student because it is capable of harming, but it doesn't have to. You know what I mean? So like if a student came to harm because you used phantasmal force, that would be questionable
Foul,
use of
yeah.
magic. Participants who accumulate 3 fouls are ejected from the game. Teams may not replace a participant who fouls out. So you can put yourself at a disadvantage if you foul, but it doesn't lose the game for your team. All right. Any other questions for Javanesh before Z has to go to work?
Are you sure you have to work today? I mean, it looks like Javanesh might. Well, never mind.
I mean, you
Depending on your realm of study, we can definitely go over the ins and outs of prestidigitation. It is one of the easiest things you can ever learn. If you can cast something else, you can do this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that sounds cool, but like, you know, the other cantrips I have, full brain all the time. I mean, like it's not easy to just like magically go like, oh yeah, no, you know. Today you can ask Zindi. Today we had like so much that we had to learn, like so much,
Well, that's
because he's Lorehold as well.
yeah. I'm like, well, yes, so much we learned today.
How about we get a little signal? You give me a wing to the nose, and I'll freshen you up a bit whenever you want.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. That sounds cool. Yeah.
You were going to bathe him.
I've
Yeah,
decided that Javanesh Stoutclaw is a sorcerer, but unlike most sorcerers, like he can only cast spells that make him physically better. So it's a lot of like he can't
Self-buffing.
like produce magic, but he's like just real strong and like capable, and that's his magic. So he's not a very good caster, but he's doing all right. He's a Lorehold student. He's good.
so we're friends.
All right, so you guys don't have to pick it that same day. Time is kind of loose in this game, so like you can say like you go on one of your days off altogether to go see Professor Stoutbeak, or it could be today, your choice.
To sign up.
Mm-hmm. And all of you don't have to go necessarily. Like Javanesh probably has to stay at the thing, but he'd be like, yeah. Brooke doesn't mind working a little bit longer if you want to go talk to Professor Stoutbeak.
Yeah.
And Brooke's like,
All right. Well, have fun. Thanks. Yeah.
you just hear a knife hit the wall of the kitchen.
Rival.
I think that was maybe a premature decision as we're walking outside already.
What?
I don't want to get into your business if it's not something you want to discuss, but I don't think your coworker was necessarily pleased with this.
Brooke's fine. She has a lot of energy. So.
Generally speaking, if somebody looks at you and shakes their head and says "motherfucker," it means they're disagreeing with your decision.
Hey,
It
it's
seems she did not
kitchen
do it
talk,
that way.
okay? That's how we talk to each other.
Maybe we could make her eternally cry.
I don't remember. I mean, that's not how we talk at the cafe, but I think that's maybe different scenarios. It's not quite a kitchen.
I mean, I feel like because with the cafe, like you're exposed, right? You're not like back in like a back.
Well, yeah, right. So
Right, so I
everybody,
feel like-
I mean the pressure that you have there, because like you're there making
You can't
No,
hide the
this-
verbal transgression.
right.
No, but I
Right.
mean that's still like it's equally hard work. I feel like, but it's just like I have the option. Like I have the luxury of like not people not seeing me, so I can just kind of talk however I want to.
Drazmir suddenly closes the book he was reading and goes, "It's time for our shift at the
Biblio.
biblioplex. We have 15 minutes to walk there, and it will take us 13.5, so we'll have time for light conversation."
Fantastic. So perhaps we can discuss this Professor Stoutbeak another time.
She's at the biblio.
Oh, all right. Then Excellent. Light conversation with Professor Stoutbeak at the bibliothèque. We'll walk quickly.
Yes, I would prefer. We have 5 minutes. If we walk quickly, we'll have 3 minutes, which is entirely too much time to socialize before work. I'll get distracted.
I'm going to be socializing with the professor if that's acceptable.
So you wish for me to have at least a minute and a half of personal time when we arrive?
I think that's fair.
There is a poem I would like to read to you on the way, if that is all right. I hope it is not too forward, but it is mostly about your physical appearance.
Absolutely.
Not in any way that could be untoward.
No.
I've been reading about furbulk physiology lately,
No, of
and
course.
I'm very impressed by your ability to turn invisible and change your size, and
Yeah, well-
just the practical things.
Absolutely. No, and I always enjoy listening to your poetry and just the way that you pour
Maybe I should just read the one I wrote for
prose.
Gimbal. It's about his shining personality being like a bee that is annoying but beautiful.
He has a very shining
I think that
personality.
would be
that,
more
yeah.
appropriate to read that
Okay,
one. Yes,
sure,
yes,
yeah.
Mhm.
During this whole conversation, given now Gimbal knows the time crunch that he forgot, I've started moving.
Oh no, he's walking now. He's doing.
Yeah.
Like, he's on schedule.
Oh, no. I mean, like, he started moving quick, which means that he's keeping up with the giant footfalls of the two of them.
Just boom, boom, boom. They're not so big. Professor Sharpbeak is in her office when you approach, if you would like to, near the Hall of Oracles.
It's the Hall of Oracles.
I do not know. It's just listed here.
Oh, excellent. That should only be about, I don't know, what, a 35-second walk?
If you are going there, I'm going straight to the work area to have 3.5 minutes of personal conversation with the other book clerks.
I may be about 35 seconds late. Apologies.
Cannot cover for it.
That's all right. I will take the consequence.
I'm just saying, if the other book clerks find out that you have 35 seconds, like, we've already wasted so much time in this
And
conversation.
we're going to continue if we don't keep moving.
Yes, that's right. Good day,
It's-
Miss Thistlebloom.
It was lovely to see you.
Is it nice to have someone write poetry for you? It sounds nice.
Oh, it's very nice. He has very lovely things to say. It's not usually about my physical appearance, more just about how I am interacting with the world and the world being brighter, and sometimes it's a little darker, which I didn't always anticipate, but it's very lovely.
One could say it's downright inspirational.
Absolutely.
It seems more intimate when they talk about your personality, but I feel like I would like it more if I had one that was about my physical appearance. Is that weird?
Not at all. I will try and write you a poem. Cindy's gonna go into her satchel and bring out a notebook and start.
Zindi, you have a poem that, with a few tweaks that you got from Drazmir, would perfectly fit Dream Wraith if you want to do so.
Okay. I may just do that. Sorry, I'm trying to bring out my notebook.
Ooh.
Yes, my mother got me a book, and I don't take notes, so I have appropriated it for the stream because it is beautiful.
Oh my
but
gosh,
I
this
do
is
not
amazing.
take notes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack, but this is absolutely
cool.
It's
fantastic.
a cool stone on the front.
Yeah.
Like the eye from the Hocus Pocus book.
All right.
So
yeah,
Professor
Cindy's
Sharpbeak is directing some first-year students on a map to some important places on campus and whatnot. When you approach her,
Is she an owlin?
she is. It's weird, but they don't give they give you their names, but they don't give you pictures or descriptions of any of the professors. So
Oh, that's too bad.
yeah. But I'm assuming with a name like Sharpbeak that she is an owlin. Yes. She is a small owlin, so she is standing. She uses Tensor's floating disk to move a tall stand that she perches on,
I love it.
Oh my
around.
god, that's awesome.
It's a modified version of Tensor's floating disk, so it moves 4 feet under her at all times. So if she wills it forward, so that's how she gets around. You notice that one of her wings is very badly damaged, and she has kind of a withered arm. But she is very intelligent. She is a Silver Quill professor. So you're probably in several of her classes. And as you approach, she goes, Gimbal, you're going to be 35 seconds late if we have an interaction.
We have to have an interaction. Unfortunately, we'd like to sign up for the Mage Tower, and I'll speak as quickly as I possibly can.
All right. What, you're interested in the Mage Tower games?
Yes, the
That's usually more of a Lorehold and Prismari kind of kerfuffle.
but we enjoy having our eclectic combination of folk,
Yes. I mean,
and we will have 2 Lorehold in the group.
who is the other Lorehold who will be joining you? I'm assuming you, Miss Thistle's. It's
Javanesh.
It's Sage Veil.
Sage Veil?
Javanesh.
Javanesh?
Shotclaw.
Doubtclaw. Oh, well, that would be a good choice, honestly. Yes, I mean, he's very athletic. I go to the Silk Ball meetings sometimes because everyone should have a bit of savagery in their life. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I do not presume to know what that tone meant, but
Well, when we saw the flyer, it said that maybe we should speak to you about signing up, and so we.
I mean, if you're interested, I mean, no other teams have approached me yet, so you have a guaranteed spot. There is the purse.
That's what I was going to ask about.
I mean, not that you would care about such things, but
No.
the winners do receive half of their tuition reimbursed to them. I guess the quantitative value would be about 400 gold pieces for winning the tournament.
Oh, Miranda's going to be excited about that.
Miranda?
His mother.
Oh, you don't call her mother? Gnomes are strange creatures. So you are interested?
Yeah.
And Gimble's walking backwards towards work at this point.
Before you go, and she kind of looks around conspiratorially, and she's like, if I could see you in my office, I will write you a note for the time missed.
Fantastic. I have already let Drazmir know that I might be 35 seconds late. So
Well, I will send. She kind of like goes like this, and a small piece of paper appears, and she speaks to it, and writing begins to. She actually uses her magic quill that both of you also have, because she's also a silver quill, and she dictates a note to her quill. Gimbal may have to miss the rest of his shift today to accomplish a task for me, and then she has it signed. Please excuse him for the day's activities, and apologies for any inconvenience this may cause. And then it kind of like folds itself into a paper crane and flies off towards Drazmir.
I love it.
Stylish.
Yeah, yes. And so she, as soon as the door is closed, she kind of like hops onto her desk, where she has another perch that she crawls on top of.
Did we all follow, or
Yeah.
was it just for? Okay. Okay.
It's fortunate that you found me now. The Mage Tower game is my event to organize, but everything is already going wrong. You see, I need to tag the college mascots on campus, those little magical creatures that roam the grounds. We use them as mascots for our Mage Tower games. If the deans found out that some of the mascots on catalog, my reputation would be ruined. Before classes begin, I corralled all the mascots on an island in Sedgemoor, but before I finished cataloging them, a half dozen escaped and vanished. This morning I hear students chattering about mascots causing a commotion on the outer grounds of the Wiltroot Hall.
That's too bad. It's only the first day.
And Dream has a fantastic experience of having dealt with magical creatures.
I can try and help find them.
She rifles through her bag and pulls out a cheesecloth sack filled with small woven bands, each embroidered with a number. Each of them must be tagged with these bands, but I can't do it myself. With the start of classes, I'm buried under work, and I'm not as lithe as I used to be. I've seen how you handle yourselves, and I'm impressed with your skills. Most of your skills.
Say it again.
I said most of your skills as she looked at you. Because remember, the professors are mistrustful of you because of your rivalry.
It's already coming in.
And she's very upset that you've taken a fine Owlin man and taken him off the market for a nice Owlin person. Well, it's not racism as much as it's kind of like, him?
You're still
Are you
with,
sure?
You're still with Egg?
Could you head to Wiltroot Hall on the Witherbloom's campus and discreetly slip these bands onto every mascot you find? I'd be grateful. What's more, I'd owe you a favor. What do you say?
Oh,
I've been excused from my ship, so I have nothing to.
well, I mean, there's the homework to consider, and but I wouldn't want to leave you, in a precarious situation.
Precarious. And she references her perch.
I mean, if you will deign to let me be seen doing a favor for you.
Nishazi, I will not have you be untoward towards me. I am still a professor, even though I'm asking for a favor. And your particular skill set, being all sneaky and bad at your classes, you're probably good at this.
I think this is a fantastic opportunity for Nishazi to demonstrate to you, Professor, just why we all value him so greatly.
That's true.
Very well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're willing to help.
And so, where did you last see the?
Wiltrude Hall. I'm sure Miss Wraith, or is it Miss Wraith or Miss Greaves?
Either.
Miss Greaves can show you around the Witherbloom campus. I believe you're also taking a class there this year as well.
Oh, that's right. Yes. The life auras and necrosis.
Oh, terrible study.
It actually started rather interesting.
And so should we.
The professor smells terrible.
Yes.
But I think it's a good thing for a necromancer.
Partially undead, if I recall correctly.
So you guys head out?
Sorry.
Do you send a message to Javanesh or anything?
That we're helping?
Yeah, because like if you go to do
Professor?
this now,
Not to overstep, but there are multiple of us with work details. If you could perhaps send similar notes, we could all put our firmest effort into this.
I'm sure whatever paltry tasks that don't involve the Biblio could be put off. I mean, aren't there other people?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look at my work schedule again. I don't.
You are
know.
off today. You and Dream are off today.
Yay.
I mean, I got my shit covered, so.
I think we'll be all right.
I will send. Oh, I don't have message.
I was gonna say, I'm like,
Well,
what message?
Javanesh already got a message. Not Javanesh.
I was gonna message for him.
Drazmir.
I mean, Javanesh is his manager, and he's on duty today, so like everyone knows Nishasi doesn't work on days.
No,
with Javanesh.
you just said, aren't you going to message Javanesh?
I was
Let him
asking.
know. Yeah, I don't have a message. Why would Z have message? Or why
Well,
would
plus you guys are way out of the range of this spell. So.
Yeah.
Can you do one of those like paper things? Or nope.
So your duties as a cook are more important than doing this task?
No, I'm asking if you can send to let.
Well, just tell them you did a task for me. Those little paper birds are expensive.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Sorry, out of character. Paperbird to go down the hall.
But not across campus.
I'm trying to like make
Yes.
the rivalry.
No. I totally get it. I think it's very funny. Well, we will sort out our affairs. We appreciate the opportunity to assist you, Professor.
I think how many of those paper birds I can buy when we win.
Well, you have to pay your tuition first. Oh no, so it's not. There's no gold value. Like it's just half.
Oh, you said reimbursed. So I
Yeah.
assumed that meant they gave us 400.
No.
And then
So
we would
like
give it
you
back.
basically.
They cut our tuition in half.
Yeah. So like if tuition is paid at the end of the year, they cut it in half at the beginning of next year. Next year's will be half.
All of these feel like capitalist hellscape. Like, you are competing for the chance to afford an education.
Yeah.
Yet again, we have a commentary on the current American system. Anyway,
Are you not entertained?
are you not educated?
So are we going to
Yeah,
see if
let's do it.
Javanesh is going to join us, or are we going to
No,
task
he's
the
working.
animals? Okay.
Well,
This way over there.
so how many mascots did
Half a dozen.
half of it? So we've got six
Six
to
tabs.
find. Wonder which ones she's already taken care of.
Well, you just have to find ones that aren't tagged, essentially.
And then
So-
we don't have to contain them. We just have to tag them.
You just have to tag them.
Okay.
Is it strange that the school has live mascots?
It's a historical tradition, honestly. They seem very happy on the grounds from my experience. Students often feed them.
I mean, what if they don't want to be mascots? Do you think they got consent?
If we find a druid, we can ask.
Most of these things
Good
are
idea.
not.
Whoa!
And you could probably
Oh my gosh.
zoom out, probably.
Whew.
And when you arrive at Wiltroot Hall, you'll be in the center of this map.
What? How do you arrive in the center like that?
Well, because like I'm assuming going to like spread out from there. You said near Wiltroot Hall.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. But we still would have had to like walk through these to get to the center.
From the central campus, there's probably a magic circle you could.
That's what.
taken.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
They'll pay for teleportation circles, but they won't pay for.
I mean, teleportation circles don't they're an initial startup cost. But
And it's your fault. She didn't like you. That's why.
who's your rival again? What's her name?
Talana.
Talana. So like, shouldn't have been found wanting by Talana.
It's fine.
I've told you so many times I can try and put in a word.
At this point, it's more a personal reputation, internal thing now.
Seems unfair.
You've done really well in your studying.
The trunk of
Thank you.
The trunk of an enormous dead tree rises nearly 100 feet in the air.
Whoa.
Near the ground, the wide trunk has been hollowed out and carved into to form doors, windows, and a spacious learning center. Surrounding the tree is a wooden platform that overlooks the bog and walkways beyond.
It's the middle of a bog. Great.
Should we be able to see the beings on the map?
I mean, there's beings that you can't see. So,
Okay.
I mean, like unlike a normal traditional dungeon structure where like you have to go through door A, this is a wide map. So,
Got it.
and this is the Witherbloom campus, so this is where the druids and stuff are. So there's wildlife all over the place. So, it is literally a swampy bog. So,
If there's wildlife in other areas, how are we going to be able to tell apart the?
you guys will be familiar with the mascots. They are small. They are not normal animals.
Okay.
Like it
Just
would
wanted to
be
make sure.
yeah. I don't necessarily want to like reveal them.
No, that makes
but,
sense.
So this area is currently devoid of faculty, staff, or students because it's after classes. But there are supplies all over. So if you guys wanted to, you could help yourselves.
Oh yeah, let's go right
What
one.
kind of supplies? What?
That's part of tuition.
Up here there's enough supplies for up to 3 herbalism kits or poisoners kits. And if you root around enough, there are 3 vials of antitoxin and 2 potions of healing.
Well, I wouldn't think to steal any of that. So
I ain't got money. It's just laying around.
It's up to you guys. Like, there's no one around, so.
I'll take those antitoxins and probably those cure wounds too.
Yes, I'll assist in getting the potions of healing, specifically because in case any of us are injured in the process of helping Professor Sharp.
Yeah, they probably left them
I
here in
think
case students get injured in the
That's a
course of
fair
studies.
assessment.
Witherbloom students are allowed to partake of any of the reagents for their own personal experiments.
Hey, you're with them.
gazing at a mushroom bloom. Disassociating while you guys steal.
Not stealing more appropriate.
It's for either of you.
Utilizing.
Do we just want to go by location to location, or do you guys want to freely explore? So I could just go in order and tell you, if you guys go here, this is what you see. You know what I mean? And then go through each of the orders, or do you guys want to just... It would be faster to go that way. I
Should we?
think.
Sure.
split up too. Should we split up to look for them?
Well, I was thinking if we go, if somebody can go up and look high. I mean, how obscure is it? Like if we were to look from a tall window. or high
So
window?
all of these, like, so the clear portions, those are water,
Okay.
and then everything else is thick, dense swamp,
Okay.
like trees and whatnot. So from up high, you would only be able to see the watery bits.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, that's not going to work.
But you could start by going to the observation hut A
Clockwork.
down here,
Mhm.
which I don't know if you guys can see. It's
Yeah.
at the bottom left of the map.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start there. And then I guess we can just work our way around, see what we find.
So we're here,
Oh, mascots!
right here.
Yeah, let me throw down a token so you guys can. Here you go, Z.
Shazi.
Oh my gosh. Those
You
are
can control it,
bitty.
right? Well, it's a very big map.
What's the light situation like?
What do you look like right now?
We're gonna go because I was going to see a professor. I was trying to get a little professional, so I just look like a plain human right now. But we're gonna say have pink hair.
Pink hair in his Quandrix uniform. Unheard of.
And pink mohawk specifically.
See, who does he think is a Prismari student?
I was going to ask him, like, what kind of potions did we find?
It's a healing potion and 3 antitoxins.
Was it 2 healing potions?
2.
Just a regular healing potion?
Yeah, it just
Okay.
says potions of healing.
Well, then you got to take 2 of these out.
The small hut in this clearing has a heavily thatched roof and a rickety door that swings open to reveal a sparse interior. A few wooden chairs and a heavy table with an attached cabinet make up the hut's furnishings.
What's the light situation like?
You guys are in, since you only take 4 classes a day, I'm going to assume you have most of the afternoon. So you're like afternoon. And you guys have been
Okay.
pretty swiftly moving through.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume that it's not even evening yet.
And what are these huts for?
Observation. So you can sit here and like watch the swamp creatures kill each other or like mate or whatever you need to do.
Okay.
They're eating
Are there like
habits.
binocs and stuff set up in here? Pretty cool.
And there's no binocs, but they assume that you have some way of increasing your visual acuity.
Dream, have you used these before?
I have. I like to watch the creatures mate.
I would think that would be very informative.
Life and death.
Yes, it's important to know where life comes from. And it helps me appreciate being alive.
Mom always said gnomes came from eggs, but I found out that was not true.
That sounds uncomfortable. Laying an egg.
I wouldn't want to lay an egg.
There was a whole mythology of finding the eggs. It was less of a physical story.
Oh, so they had to like pass a test to get you.
Like a gem.
Are you searching
rock.
through the room while they have the conversation? All right.
Shaking my head, trying to not comment.
So you open the cabinet as you're just like bored looking around for more stuff to loot, and you see a pest mascot chewing on something, and it kind of like looks up, peels back its face, and hisses at you. How would you like? It is not wearing one of these woven bands. How would you like to put it on it? 'Cause that depends on what kind of skill you have.
I want to hiss back at and insert my dumb.
All right, so you want to make an intimidate check to cow the creature, or an animal handling
Yes,
check to like
intimidation.
speak its language.
Intimidate.
All right. Go ahead and make an intimidation check.
First roll. Let's do it.
With mods, that's a 12.
Well, it scurries past you and is now running across the floor of the room.
No!
Hey, here's one.
Are there baskets or anything in the room?
Yes, there are baskets in the room.
I will grab a basket, dump out its content, and try to throw the basket onto the creature.
Weird, dirty towels for some reason just scatter across the floor, and make a athletics or sleight of hand.
Do I know this creature super well? Yes, of course I do. We're gonna do a sleight of hand. That's gonna be a 12 too.
All right. You miss it. It is still scurrying about.
Oh, don't hurt it. I just try to pick it up.
All right. Make an animal handling check.
Ugh.
That's 14.
All right. So it's like running from everyone, and it kind of like runs behind you, and you just without anything kind of reach down an arm. It crawls into your arms, and it kind of like looks up at you, coos, and it puts something in your hand as you slip the woven band over its little leg.
Good job, buddy.
In your hand is that it was gnawing on. It's a cracked ion stone.
Do I know what that is?
I don't know if Dream would.
I would immediately recognize it.
Mhm.
It gave me a present.
We
Or is this waste?
no, we should keep this. Do you mind if I hold it?
This is what I was saying before game. They give away shit like candy, man. Like,
But
this
it's
is
cracked.
one.
An
Yeah.
iron stone? Seriously?
So you would have to make. You can fix it, but you need to make an Arcana check of 16.
I'll hold it for now until we finish.
It only
this.
takes a minute.
Can I assist him?
16 Arcana.
Shit, sorry.
Nope.
We both instinctively.
And Dream, you may take a student die, which is a D4 for tagging the first mascot.
Yay.
Okay, so we'll hold on to this to look into it later.
That sounds good.
If so, like by the next event, we will just assume that you have it fixed, but you can't use it until then. It is an ion stone of awareness.
Is that perception bonus?
I can actually show it to you. Show to players.
Stones.
You can't be surprised while this dark blue rhomboid orbits your head.
It's just
That's what awareness does.
It's just a text.
Oh no, there's no picture of them.
Oh, okay.
But they're tiny little gemstones that float around your head once you're attuned.
I don't know if you remember, but in Starfinder, keys us out, I believe.
Interesting.
All right, that's one down. You guys want to keep going?
Yeah.
That wasn't too difficult.
Well,
So
we
the
don't
next-
have to take it back to Professor.
No, just tag and release.
Yeah, we can leave it
Okay.
here.
The next area that has a description is this one right here.
Where's the mouse?
So we'll be walking counterclockwise.
Although spongy ground here is covered in moss, so that's water that you're standing in.
Oh, sorry.
Although the spongy ground here is covered in moss, it's easily traversable in comparison to the surrounding brush. A raised wooden walkway nearby overlooks this open area.
Has anyone looked in here yet? And I'll start walking out onto the platform. Careful.
Mhm.
And is there, you said it's moss? I'll ask the moss. Have you seen any mascots?
The moss goes back. What's a mascot?
Do they actually respond to me?
I thought you could speak with plants.
I can, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can, like, I
How are
speak
they
to them.
supposed to indicate that?
I
they
don't know. I
understand
just
you?
talked to them.
We did this with Thea.
Yeah.
And so it like pointed in a direction or something. It,
So
like,
some of the moss browns slightly in the shape of an arrow pointing towards this area over here. And then some of the other moss then forms an exclamation point.
Thank you so much. You're very lovely looking today.
Does anyone look in that direction?
yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so we're gonna assume that you guys came down off the pathway to do that.
Mhm.
So you guys are. I guess this isn't water. It says clearing. So we're gonna assume you're in this clearing right here. I thought it was water.
So maybe
but-
these are
I
the
was thinking
pathways.
this is water here where it's got the little ripples.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like the space
And so the
between.
white spaces.
It's just it
are
doesn't
open?
describe it very well. But
Okay.
anyway, so it says this is a clearing, so we're in a clearing.
Okay.
Okay.
Perception checks. Or what's everybody's passive perception?
Passive
Yeah.
perception. 12.
10.
But if we're rolling,
Yeah,
11.
roll.
Yeah,
If no
15.
one has higher than a 13, roll.
15.
My passive investigation is great.
Oh, come on. I'm really enamored with moss.
So
Yeah.
15 is enough. 2 and kegs.
Gesundheit.
Should we be worried about that?
Oh,
Oh, what the hell? How big is that?
They're about the size of horses. They're large.
Oh
creatures.
my god!
About my size.
do we know anything about these?
You can, if you are a Witherbloom student, you may make a nature check.
Do they appear to
13.
have tags on them?
These are not mascots.
Oh, okay.
13?
Mhm.
You know, hang on, I'm trying to get your guys' tokens on the board. I know they're not as fancy as we're used to, but very little prep time. Let me tell you what you know about pancakes.
I don't think my abacus is going to be useful now.
Unless maybe they just want.
So you know they are
Yeah.
monstrosities. They are capable of spraying acid out of their mouth, and they have a very powerful bite.
Their bite is quite horrible. And they also have acid breath.
Oh.
That's fun.
Oh, and from your studies in your first year, because you took mystical biology, you also know that ankegs are particularly vulnerable if you're able to get them off of their feet and expose their underbelly.
They are especially vulnerable when they're prone.
Your professor, who was very strange, seemed to indicate that they would lose 3 of their armor class.
If you have to quantify.
All right.
Hello over there. Are you angry at us?
And I'll look back at the moss. I don't think there's a mascot.
So that will be initiative. And if somebody wants to track that for me, because I am not good at that, I would really appreciate it, but you don't have to. I can try.
Tracking initiative?
Mhm.
Okay. No, that's cost.
She with it. Oh, I thought she was going to do it because she's
Oh.
I'm in track it.
Do you mind?
Okay. So
7.
The ankegs are on a 19.
I guess we will find out soon enough.
7 as well.
Oh,
so
gosh.
I assume I'll go after Dream.
3.
oh gosh, we are terrible. I got 6.
You are not surprised
Fuck with me,
because
so
of
I'm the first to go. Great. Oh no, they're gonna go first. Okay, good.
also. Would it have been common practice for any of you to cast mage armor before coming to the dangerous part?
Well, absolutely.
Me.
Okay, so
No.
you may have done that already. And then because you get spell slots back on a short rest, you can even have that spell slot back.
I took an invocation, so that
Oh,
it doesn't take a slot.
If you took an invocation, if you want, you can cast it on everyone else as well,
Oh, okay.
because you can cast it freely and you don't have to concentrate on it.
Okay.
Oh,
You want me to do that like on my first turn? Because I don't think I would just do that.
Well, I'm just saying, in the future, you are capable of casting it on the entire party without using any resources.
That's
So-
nice. Okay.
And this party has no armor, so.
I almost said lightly armored just because.
Anyway, so the ankegs will go first. They will rush forward and attack the first thing they come across, which is, I'm super zoomed out. Who's this first token right here?
We're also super zoomed out.
I will zoom in real quick. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, this is not liking me today.
Oh, it doesn't even say. Owen's dream.
Right. So it's Dream, thank God, the one with mage armor. They will make a bite attack, which is +5. Oof. That's going to be a 23.
Yeah, that's.
That will be. Roll 20 is amazing when it works.
Really? You're gonna do this to us, Rio?
I didn't pick these things.
Hold on. Silvery barbs.
It's going to be 13 slashing damage and 5 acid damage.
Well, so it has to reroll.
Oh, it has to reroll.
And just because we're pulling all the stops here, I'm gonna twin spell that's the other one too.
Silver Barbs, I think, only happens if they made a roll that they succeeded on.
But twin spell, you can cast a spell on other 2 people.
Yeah, but is Silvery Barb's a reaction?
Mhm.
So then you wouldn't be able to twin spell it because the other character didn't trigger a reaction.
And don't you only have one?
If it was
now?
Bane or something, I would agree with you. But like with Silvery Barbs, because it would be like counterspelling somebody who hasn't cast a spell yet.
Right.
So that's an 8 now.
8 damage?
No. 8 attack
8
roll because
to
he
hit.
used a spell on
Okay,
it.
then he doesn't hit me.
So you take no damage.
Yay!
The second one will come here and attack, which I believe is Nashazi. Yes.
And Dream, you have advantage on your next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Nice.
One of the new spells.
Yeah.
So that will be a 16 to attack Nashazi.
Silvery barbs.
Yes.
All right, re-rolling it. Does he have to take the lower of the 2?
Yes.
Or all right, so that's a 16 to hit Nashazi. Because the second roll was a 24.
Well, buddy, you still get advantage on your next attack roll ability
Hey,
check.
upside, the damage on the 16 was 8 total. The damage on the 24 was 15 total. So we will do 5 slashing, 3 acid.
Oh shit. All right.
All right. Who's next, Cindy?
So Dream goes first.
Okay, so I will go ahead and cast command on the one in front of me,
Mm-hmm.
and it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
So I manifest some sand. It swirls around the creature's head and tries to clamp onto it.
So you would know this about the command spell.
Oh, is it the intelligence thing?
Well, it has to understand a language.
Motherfucker. Okay.
And these creatures have no language.
Okay, well then I probably wouldn't do that. I'm just going to toll the dead, the one in front of me then.
Okey
That's
dokey.
also
So that would be a wisdom
saving
save?
throw. Neither of them have taken any damage, right?
No, you're the first person. 10.
Okay, that doesn't make it. And so
I believe it's a D8.
I do 4.
Right? Who's next?
Me, I am going to Phantasmal Force, the one that Dream just attacked. So can I get an insight from it?
You stab it, which is really good for him because he has a -5.
Okay, so that one is affected.
Okay.
And I am going to, in its brain, as Gimbal in real life reaches in and pulls up a wall of rock between it and Dream.
I'm gonna say for your benefit, it is going to be a dome of rock, so it feels like it's trapped.
Yeah, a dome of rock that is dripping acid.
I don't know if they would be scared of acid. Well, they're not immune, so yeah, that's fine.
So that is not a ton of damage, but it is damage.
And he has to pass an investigation check on his turn to get out.
Yeah. So 6 damage.
All right. Who's next?
That would be me. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to do that. I was looking at something. Okay. So which one's encased right now? Okay.
You can't see it because
Right.
it's illusionary, but like you
The
see
creature's
Gimbal.
And the creature.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember if it doing anything to harm it or whatnot. I know
will
that
not affect it.
doesn't affect it. Okay. So that one that is already looking distressed, I'm going to cast Ice Knife on it.
Oh, and it can't move.
So I'm going to try and cast Ice Knife on this dude.
So I'll give it disadvantage on its dex save. You
Okay.
got a 7.
Yay.
Good.
So
It's a dex save, right? Or is it an attack roll?
no, it's an attack roll, but it's a. Let's see. Hold on. Let me-
I will consider it prone, so its AC is lower.
Attack. Wait. Attack save Dex 13. Okay, so no, it is a Dex save. Sorry.
Well, so I think the
Make a
initial
ranged
one
spell
is
attack
attack,
against.
and then it hits everything
a
around
hit.
it with a dex save.
Sure, it explodes. Gotcha. Yeah, sorry. It's been a bit since I've used Dice now.
So unless you want to hit Dream, it would only hit it.
No, I want to hit it.
Okay.
13 plus 5.
Right.
So 18 to hit, and then 1d10. What's my 10?
Do you have 20 intelligence?
No. I have a 16 intelligence. Wait, it says +5 when I do that, so I
Yeah,
was
3
like
plus 2
hit
plus your proficiency.
I screwed up. Ignore me.
I was like, did I do this wrong? Okay. So it's the 1d10 damage. I got a 0.
Which is 10.
10. Okay. And then I don't want it to explode and hurt anybody else, so we'll just leave it there.
So the thing looks like it is desperately trying to flee. Like, desperately trying to get away.
Well, then don't try and hurt us.
But it's trapped, so it can't. So it's like literally spinning around and like crying out in pain. And the other Ankeg is kind of like...
What are you doing?
Which one is it that's spinning around?
This one.
Okay.
Can I drop my illusion now, or do I have to wait till my turn?
You can. It's a free action to drop a spell.
Drop it.
It can't do anything until its turn, but...
Me?
Okay. Yep.
So the one that's next to me is not incapacitated.
No.
So I'm gonna shocking grasp. That's gonna be a 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
That's 3 electric, 3 lightning damage.
Okay.
And then, oh my god, where's the mouse? I'm gonna move that way. Actually, we'll go there.
All right. That your turn?
Yep.
And that brings us to the Ankegs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this one, unless
Didn't
somebody
need to do
stops
that.
it, is going to burrow under the ground and like leave.
Don't need to kill it.
And then the other one is going to double down. And who attacked it last?
Me.
So he's gonna come this way. So technically, Dream, if you have a way of doing so, you would get an attack of opportunity.
You took
I have
Warcaster,
I have
right?
my staff.
You wanna
To
take a
take
staff
a
attack?
whack. And I have advantage, right? So my
Yeah.
next attack, because I... Okay. Ooh, that's a try.
And I
What is
will
the
be using
damage
the good
for?
crit rule.
Okay.
So a quarterstaff is 1d6 unless you're using it two-handed, in which case it's 1d8, and it adds your strength mod.
I could use it two-handed, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's 2 plus... I don't think I have a strength addition. I don't. It's -1, so...
So it would
take
technically -1.
Bummer. One little... Oh, wait. So
Plus
wait, first it's
plus
max, so it's 8,
Plus 1, 9.
and then one more, yeah.
Hey.
Hey, that's almost as much as the highest damage spell you guys have done so far. So you just rear back and just crack this thing's chitting in the back of its head. And it's like screaming. But it is going to attack. You know what? It's going to line of 30 feet. It's going to acid spray Z. I need a dex save.
Yeah, Dex. I don't know why I rolled that again. Dex save. Does a 7 save?
No.
Oh, buddy.
So you take 8 acid damage as it sprays you with acid. Then it is the top of your guys' turn.
All right. Dream.
Eldritch Blast.
And everything behind it is like scorched by the spray of like high pressure acid.
Ooh.
I
Okay,
don't
so
like it.
that's 18 to hit.
Yep.
Oh man. Guess that's 4 damage.
Which spell did you do?
Eldritch Blast.
You don't have agonizing blast?
I do. That I gotta roll the 1.
Oh. All right. I believe it's Gimbal.
Yup. I am going to magic missile it.
Okay.
Magic the missile.
It can do nothing about that.
It can't. Thank goodness. So that's going to be only 1d4 plus 1. Forgot that
It's
it was
3d4 plus 1. You get 3
Oh, a
bolts
dart
that
deals.
each
Oh
do
god, I
1d4 plus
I had a silly moment. Okay,
I did the same thing. I was like, this is the
like
stupidest
because it's
spell
written
ever.
the way that it's
What
written,
the
I was like,
fuck?
I don't remember it being like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be 4, 5, 9 damage. As I feel like Gimble's very dramatic with it, so it's gonna be one of those like throwing them out like little
Well, you're
waves of sparkly
You're
light.
silvery quill, so it's probably like little inky blots that like appear as like poems about epic heroes, and then
They
form.
sparkle. These
Yeah.
sparkle. These are like little
I like it.
firecrackers. And they whistle.
all right. Who's next, Cindy?
That would be me. So I would like to. Oh, but I'm too close. I wonder.
Keep in mind, this might not be the only combat in this adventure.
No, I
You
know,
guys
I
have
know.
your spell slots.
I'm thinking about that. So I'm just trying to think. I'm like, firebolt might be too close because I'm right next to it, right? Because it's arranged.
Shocking grasp? Sacred flame?
Ooh,
Told the dead?
I could do Toll the Dead.
Yeah.
Yep, let's Toll the Dead this guy.
Okay, wisdom.
Yes, please. Boom. I found a
Stab
nope.
it.
Yep. Nope. No good. So 1d8. 7.
No, it's 1d12.
1d12.
You
It says
taking
1d8.
No,
Oh,
they-
it's
Oh.
taking damage.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Your help. We're all students.
10.
All right.
Damn.
All right.
They
See,
still
How's this thing look?
not good. It looks like it wants to get out of here.
should have had a chance.
It doesn't have a chance until its next turn.
I know it had its turn and it could have left.
It was
but
at full HP then.
I shouldn't have messed with us.
It went
These
from
things are
full
little
HP.
cowards, I
Went
see.
from full HP to 4 HP. It's ready to go home.
16.
15 will hit.
Oh,
2 lightning damage.
Right. And then on its turn, unless somebody does something, it will start to burrow.
Nope,
does
let it go.
for attack.
Z goes to do something, but then stops.
what are these called again?
Ankegs.
The Ankeg mating ritual is quite violent. I tend to avoid watching them.
Wait, this was a mating ritual?
No, this was violent. Just violent.
Okay.
Without the expropriation?
There's a Witherbloom student sitting on the observation platform, going like, "Woo!" when you guys finish killing it.
I'm like, yeah!
Thank you.
Skin
Way
melting
back.
off.
To be honest, I wanted to see if it melts your corpses before it eats you, but this is also pleasurable.
Well, now that you know that they will retreat if they come under heavy combat.
And then Z, you got that 15 perception before, right?
Yeah.
Did anyone get higher than that?
I
think
got
she got
17.
17. So Dream, you notice a small head poke out of the underbrush that the Ankegs were thrashing about in. Handouts.
So many handouts.
And you see a Silver Quill mascot.
Oh,
Whoa.
there's a silver
How
crown.
much do those things weigh?
Very little.
I would like to meet you.
Inkling.
Well, this one slinks out because you killed the Ankegs. It was the
Oh.
Ankegs were attacking it.
Oh,
so you
okay.
guys saved it. So you don't have to roll anything.
I'll look
Is-
back at the moss and I'm sorry, I underestimated you. There it is. I'm
It
sorry.
forms into a thumbs up and then goes back to its normal.
I'll just hold out a hand to it.
Hello, Inkling.
Thank you for your cooperation, friend. You're welcome to come with us, or you're welcome to be released.
They roam the campus.
All right.
So I mean,
Just come with us till we can create somewhere else.
it kind of like follows around you guys for a little bit. Then it eventually gets scared. I mean, it's bored because nobody's doing anything interesting.
In the midst of this, I'm casting Cure Wounds on myself. BT dubs, because I'm below.
You want to take one of these potions instead?
No, that's
Since we
fine.
Well, you're... Okay, but also your spell slots.
Well, I'm gonna use my Strixhaven thing, where you like the innate thing.
The what?
from the feet.
Oh yeah, because you get one free use.
Yeah. But I do have other.
As a Quandrix student, he knows the Cure Wounds spell from his studies. And he casts one.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's the how we all got like extra spells for our studies. One of the ones I took. We talked. Yeah. If you took Healing Word, right?
All right. This next, if you want to delete the inkling there,
Yes, sir.
move the map over to here.
So
Uh,
where?
Over here. But if you
Observation
guys
hut?
want to be on the platform, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think we would just keep continuing down the pathway,
It's down, and yeah, there you go.
walking along, checking this next clearing.
So the open clearing features a notable pool of black, sludgy refuse in the southern corner.
Oh,
People lose things to that.
this does not smell very
Make
good.
a d20 roll.
2.
2. You don't know what that is. That's new.
Okay. So I've never seen that before.
Can I mage hand and go like poke it?
So from the observation platform, your mage hand goes over, touches it, and the gunk immediately snaps up, trying to absorb the mage hand, and cannot. And you see it, like the pool actually kind of like move and like look for the food that just touched it. So it is a creature.
Oh, it's not. So
What are you doing there, buddy?
It does not respond.
can I do like an Arcana to see if I know what this is?
Sure.
Can I join? I'm curious. I'm just curious what this
You
means.
can help him. If
I can help.
So
I'm helping.
24. Sorry, 22.
That is a black pudding.
That's bad.
Very bad.
That's very bad. Oh,
And it's also huge, so that thing is eaten a lot.
I think we should stay away from that because
But it has a very limited field of vision. It says blind sense up to like 10 feet. So if you give it a wide berth, it shouldn't bother anybody.
all right, that's I really like making puddings, but that's one thing I don't want to go there.
Yeah. Oh.
Absolutely not.
Oh. Do you think the school knows about the size of this one? I mean, are they supposed to get this big? Do I know how big they're supposed to get?
That one's particularly long.
Maybe we write this down and let the professor know that
You should probably report it to someone, because while it's eating carrion, it could very easily eat a student.
Oh, Mark
Is there a
Quadrant.
process for
I mean, they'll just think I put it there if I see anything.
notifying?
That's true.
They'll put up
What
a
if,
sign.
what if we put up a sign?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Enter at your own risk. Acidic being that can fully consume a student is in this area.
Yeah. Okay.
Warning, black pudding ahead.
There you go.
Let's keep moving.
Is the student in the observation deck still there?
Mm-hmm. He's watching to see if those ankegs come back to eat any students.
Don't come down here.
He's too far away to yell.
Dang it. I don't know that.
So this area over here above you, a ring of peat, decayed leaves, and beetle-infested animal skulls sit in the middle of this open clearing.
This
The
is
stench of
beautiful.
rot is
Ring?
strong.
It's quite beautiful here.
Can we see it from the path with all of this?
That's why I pointed it out to you.
Okay.
Is that normal that it's in a ring like that?
I don't know what it looks like. I'm gonna roll again.
I mean,
Right.
anytime there's a circle, I mean, like you guys would have to go down and investigate
So
Okay.
can I
or
do
make a perception.
I was gonna say, can I do a nature check to see like if this is a natural formation?
The circle could be natural,
Okay.
but it could be it would be very strange that a circle was formed
Yeah, usually circles don't form in
around
nature
a
on
bunch of
their
animal
own.
skulls.
Can I do
this
an
is a little
investigation check on
strange.
it?
Sure, you'd have to go down there.
Okay.
I'll follow.
I will follow too, but I'm keeping an eye on the pudding.
Does anybody assist him to give him the health action, or
Yeah, since I followed along and I was curious about the circle, I'll
I'm
assist.
thinking maybe somebody spent student die on investigation? Oh, but only Dream has a student die.
Oh.
And I
let's say
don't
I
have
have
it on
investigation,
investigation.
Gimbal does. That's why I was.
That's a nat 20.
Woo!
With a nat 20, you find several things. So the circle was definitely purposely done. And the animal skulls and the beetles, that seems odd. But you also find a piece of chipped chitin plating, much like the ankegs, but a different color. And it looks like it sloughed off of something.
Okay.
Also, you find illegible scribbles in the dirt nearby.
Can I look at the scribbles and see if I can...
They're illegible.
Illegible. I'm still going to write them down.
Well, they're illegible.
Writing down
It's literally
scribbles.
just scribbles.
Yep.
Like, it's because it's handwriting that's illegible.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know what it says.
Never mind.
Any idea what this chitin is, anyone? Or
This-
chitin?
This is...
Does it look like the Ekans?
Ankegs.
Okay.
But it's a
It
different
looks
color.
like it, but it is not.
Huh.
Like,
Does this
it
look like
would
a-
be like a similar creature, but it is definitely not an ankeg.
Does this look like a ritual of some kind that any of us know about? I mean, I don't know if I've encountered this in any classes. Can I do an Arcana check to see?
You cannot determine what the purpose of this was.
It could be necromantic magic that someone was creating something.
I'll pick up the skull.
Which one? There's several.
The largest.
Okay. The largest one is that of a giant boar.
Wow.
Wow. Where would you even find the skulls to these creatures?
Well, and I mean,
Oh,
beetle
and
could
as
maybe-
part of your studies, you have each been granted a bag of holding.
Oh, nice.
Strixhaven to hold
Oh
all
my
of your
gosh.
books and scrolls and whatnot.
I'm just writing
Very
it down.
handy.
I'm gonna take the piece of chitin.
All right, you guys head over here to this area now.
Hmm.
As you approach, 2 lumps of slimy vegetation and moss stand prominently in the northwest corner of this clearing. Do you approach?
So like here.
2 pieces of moss.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because I want to speak to this moss as well.
As you approach, the fungal mossy beast groans. Disturbed! I am
Oh,
disturbed!
I'm sorry.
And roll
I'm
initiative.
Dread!
I didn't mean to.
A little better.
This one instead. This is way easier.
Whoever made this adventure, you do not understand how fragile my baby casters are.
God.
Just like to point that out.
Initiative 16 for Dream.
12.
12 for the shot. I got a 14, so I'm in between there. So
The fungal mossy beast is on a 10.
10. 7.
Who's up first?
We got this.
Dream again. Dream's kicking it.
Oh, we'll put you guys.
Eldritch Blast.
You guys came under the walkway to get here. Oh, I should probably put the monster on the board, huh?
Maybe.
Ignore the token. That's just the token they gave me, but it is a mossy 2-headed beast.
Okay.
Mossy. Dirty 20.
Okay.
It's gonna be 4 damage.
Mossy, not Fossy.
Can we zoom in a little bit on that? Just so I can.
How far away from it am I? I would, if I don't want to be
10,
next to
15
it.
feet.
You are
Just
not.
as long as I didn't go up next to it as well.
You are currently 5, 10, 15 feet away. Would you like to back up?
No, I don't need to back up. I just don't want to be next to it.
Okay, then next is Zindi. So Zindi actually probably would be a little closer, unfortunately, just because I was approaching it. So maybe 10 feet away.
I moved you.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this, but we've already attacked it. So firebolt.
Okay.
Firebolt.
17 to hit.
17 will hit.
17 hits. Okay, and then 10 damage. Holy goodness. Oh wait, no. Zeros. On this one,
Double zero is still 10.
10. Okay, just want to make sure.
So, just to give, if maybe somebody else is confused by it, on that die, you're looking at the tens place. So
Okay.
if it's 0, 0, that means it's 100. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank
So
you.
it's 1,
I always-
0. Or if
So
it's
the larger one is what I should
So
assume.
10 equals 10, 20 is 20.
then you roll the second dice to get the ones.
Gotcha.
So that's why if you roll a 10 and a 0, it's 100 because it's 1, 0, 0.
But if you roll
Gotcha.
double 0 and 9, then it's like 9.
Wait,
Anyway.
double 0 and 9 would be okay. Okay.
It's still 9
Gotcha. Gotcha.
because the tens place is 0.
Understood. So I firebolted it for 10 damage.
Okay.
It's nice.
And then I will try and back up a little bit off to just one space backward. There we go. Very cool. And then that's going to be Nishafi.
I'm gonna firebolt it as well.
Okay.
13 to hit.
13 will hit.
For 9 damage. Fire.
Excuse me.
That's you.
It is mossy, therefore hopefully it catches fire.
You want to blade?
It is wet, wet, wet.
Oh, is it smoking now? It's like wet fire, that weird.
Is it its turn?
Steam.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We squishy.
Is it an et?
It uses an and stat block, but it is not. It is literally just like supposed to be like a swamp monster made out of plants. But they just gave me an Etten token. I don't know why they couldn't. Never mind. I'm not judging anybody. All right. Does a 25 hit you, Cindy?
Oh, yes, it does. No.
What about a 10?
10 does not.
So
Maybe.
10 slashing damage as one of its arms has been hardened by wood into a slashing, and the other one is just trying to smash you with it.
No.
So it slashes you with one of its arms and then tries to smash the ground.
Oof.
And then that is its turn. I'm assuming
And
Gimp-
Gimbal.
I cast Dragon's Breath on
Ooh.
myself because I did not summon my familiar before this. And then I turn at it and I will I'll move so that I'm not going to hit any of my companions, which I think I'm the green token if I'm not mistaken.
You're the little one.
Okay, I'll be
There in a cone, you wouldn't hit anyone, or here in a cone, you wouldn't hit.
I'll be closer to them still because I'm afraid to be far away from anybody. And so then I will let it out. It's gonna be lightning damage, because it's
It got a
wet.
14 dex.
That does not make it.
Okay.
No, wait, that meets. Sorry.
So it takes half damage, I'm assuming.
Yes, it does. I went back to metal dice, and it's been a terrible choice so far. Prove me wrong, metal dice.
Come on.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
no,
There we go. There we go.
Okay, so 15 damage.
So 7 damage.
Yes.
All right. Next is
That would
Dream
be-
again. I
yep.
believe.
Upstream.
It has taken damage.
It has.
All right, we'll go ahead and toll the dead. Toll the dead.
D12.
That's a
Oh,
wisdom
wisdom save.
or wisdom. Yeah.
9.
9. Wow.
We should
Okay,
put
that's
all of
gonna
these
be
in jail.
1. That's gonna be 1 damage from that.
Should hex it.
I am waiting because I don't know how long we're gonna be battling things,
All right.
and you
Then-
can't cast 2 spells in 1 turn.
If one is a cantrip, you can.
All right.
You all done?
Yeah.
Okay. So then Zindi What have we said about I don't know if I want to take an attack of opportunity to get away, but I need to get away.
You have
That
shocking grasp?
hurt. I do not have shocking grasp, but I may also toll the dead this one.
Okey-dokey.
Yes.
8.
Does not save. And it's taken damage, therefore it's a d12. Let's do this. 9.
9.
Extra damage to that. Come on!
All right, and this is Shazi.
I just like that we're tolling the dead over and over again, so this creature's just like both heads are shaking and hitting each other, and
I wonder if we should just run away.
I mean, that might not be a horrible idea.
I wasn't trying to hurt it, I just wanted to talk to it, and then it got mad at me.
Oh my god, is the pudding coming up on us from behind too?
Holy
I'm
shit.
definitely checking my 6 for that pudding.
pudding.
Checking my 6 for pudding. We get that on a t-shirt, please. Very chill touch. Let's mix it up a little bit here. 22 to hit.
Yep.
Dice. 1 necrotic damage, please.
Yeah, 1
Do it.
HP at a time.
Whittle it down, whittle it down.
All right.
and it is
Gonna-
wood.
Going to move forward.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Now
fuck.
we
And
can't
that'll
just
be
run away.
1 to Zindi and 1 to Gimble. Gimble, does an 8 hit you?
No.
Zindi does a 13 hit you.
That's my AC with mage armor.
So that is 21 bludgeoning.
What the
I'm
fuck?
down.
With mage armor?
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I'm down.
Ugh. Okay. That's great.
Very troubling.
And now it is Gimble's turn.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. All right.
I will pull the bottle of the healing potion out of my pocket and heal Cindy.
As a bonus action. It's not going to be cruel because you guys are all fucking wizards, so you can use
2d4.
potions as a bonus action.
Yay.
Pour it out of your bottle.
Oh, me. Okay, hold on. Wait, it's 2?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
2d4 plus 2.
If we haven't already said, Margarita made us all these little healing
Thank you.
potions for the holidays. It's very sweet.
So now I get to use it. Oh my gosh. Okay. 6.
7,
Woo! 2d4 plus 2. So I get 8. All right, hold on.
Which is like half of our hit points.
Oh, healing. Let's do.
Would you like
8.
to do anything else on your turn, Gimble?
Yeah, I will use my. I'll turn around and Dragon's Breath it again.
Okay.
Thank you. Wait, how do I get out of death
13
save? It says I have death save.
Failed.
There should be a stabilize button or just hit heal.
That's what I was trying to do. Healing.
You have to you
Plus.
should put the number in.
Oh, apply changes. I didn't see that. Okay.
So 14 lightning damage.
Let me go back
All right.
to-
Gimble fucking it up. Fuck it up, can it?
Woo woo.
And that brings us to Dream.
Okay, so I pull out a twisted
Who's that? I don't know. She's
vine
like-
in a loop and I throw it. I'm gonna center a 10-foot radius to get the creature and to get Zindi. Sand kind of shoots out of that and hits the creature. What do I have to do? You have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Me.
No.
Oh.
The creature, and then yeah, it doesn't make it. So you're gonna take 2d6, and then you can use one of your hit dice and take that plus 3 additional healing.
Nice. Awesome.
So 1d6 plus 3.
Okay,
essentially.
Thank you.
so and then the creature takes 9 damage.
Well, that definitely helps. Now I'm at half.
All right, that is
You have
Zindi.
22 as well.
26.
Aim to.
So the sand kind of creates a storm around the creature, and then from the creature goes to you and kind of like circles around calmly,
Yay!
making you feel refreshed. I don't know.
Cauterizes your
Nice
wounds.
little breeze flowing in her ears.
And then what is the name of that spell?
Wither and bloom.
Wither and bloom.
I like it.
So maybe it turns into like flower petals when it heals her.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to do the sand thing still. The component is the vine. So, like, the vine spits out the sand, which then maybe carries which attacks the first
exfoliates.
creature, and then, yeah.
It's exfoliating and just making my skin
You're a
really
little
good.
red from your facial, but like
It's okay.
in a good way.
Yeah. I feel good. I'm blooming.
Yes.
Yeah.
As it withers.
I like it. All right. So my turn, Cindy. Now I am like up and feeling refreshed. I am mad at this thing now. So let's take a look here. What do I have? I'm going to cast sleep on this thing.
Oh.
You gotta be careful with that because you could put us to sleep too.
Dang it, never mind.
And it is a plant,
Fine.
mind you.
Fine. Then we are
Just
going to
real quick, it's a plant, so plants don't sleep.
Fine.
I mean, you do you. I'm just letting you know.
Nope, it's okay. And Sacred Flame is too close.
No, Sacred Flame is a save, so
Oh, okay, good. So Sacred Flame.
which is a dex, if I'm
Dex.
not mistaken.
Yep.
19, unfortunately.
Shoot. Okay. And is there any way? Can I move through my allies to not provoke an attack
It's-
of opportunity? Or no?
No.
Didn't think so.
You can move, but it's
Hank ruined that.
which we are very good at.
Bonus actions.
Nashazi.
In the shots.
Just do something to it. Just do something, Nashazi.
Just
That's
get
all
it.
I'm telling you.
Oh,
Get
okay.
it.
All right. Well,
Finish you.
let's do as do we have a save? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna do Mind Sliver. Wait.
Aw.
No, you have to do a save. Sorry.
Which is
One save, please.
Please be dumb. Please be dumb.
somebody want a silver barbs or something.
I will.
Somebody
get
else
like
would
a
have
nat
to do
20?
it.
Silver barbs.
It's reaction.
Because you
right?
can't cast two spells on the same.
Silver barbs.
I thought
Is Mind
because
Sliver
of
a
the
cantrip?
reaction.
Is Mind Sliver a cantrip?
Yeah.
Oh, then you can.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Yeah.
Because it got double 18s.
God.
All right, that's -1.
Okay. That's 2 damage.
2 damage. The thing starts to shrivel and die and go like, "Rah, fight power, anarchy."
What?
And then,
It's an anarchist?
hang on, from around the corner,
The pudding attacks.
a spirit statue
Don't you dare.
mascot
What?
sticks its head out and goes, "I refuse to do what Professor Sharkbeak says. I will live free! Free!"
What?
We're not trying to capture you.
Yes, but you want to catalog me. You want to have me in your system.
Fight the power!
Does it hurt to
Fight the
have,
power!
does that hurt to have you in our system? How
No.
does it affect
But how would you like it if somebody had assigned you a number? How would you like that?
We all have student ID numbers.
All right. One of you can make so fight the power. That's a good argument. That's a good argument. So somebody can make a persuasion roll to convince this thing that it's not a
I have
problem.
+6.
Oh, you got me beat. I have +3.
You can have
All of this
advantage
too.
because
Oh, I did silver barbs, so I have advantage if I gave it to myself, right?
I mean, you would have advantage from Gimbal if you want to save that for something else. I don't know how long it lasts.
A
A
minute.
minute. Sure, yeah. Let's. That is a 19.
Right. It goes, well, that's a good point. I guess I would just be equal with the students as opposed to less than.
Yeah, we don't
Just
we
one of
don't
us.
mean to subjugate you.
If anything, greater than, because your tag has a lot less
Less.
information about you than ours does about us.
Well, So sorry about attacking you with that moss.
Oh, that was you?
That was
No.
very impressive.
Do we have to put a band on it?
Yes, it just holds out. It's
So I want to go up to it and I put the band on. I whisper, "It's here. Fight the power."
yes. You may take a student die for that persuasion.
Well done. Well
From the walkway, you hear a woman cry out.
Stay away from the pudding!
Oh no, the pudding got someone.
Anyone who grew up in a reasonably sized city may make a history check real quick.
Okay.
Aurora
No.
Lunar Winds.
Winter Star.
Oh, interesting.
Fine, thank you.
She is a vampire, meaning she is half vampiric. You kind of know about her. She's a Witherbloom student.
Hello.
I think she got a better roll than I am.
Ooh.
Wait, she
What was-
screamed
She's
though,
screaming
right?
now. Okay, we've
She's not screaming. She's calling down to you. What were the rolls? I'm
You
sorry.
said we could make a history check if we
Yeah.
lived in a reasonably sized city. I got a 2, which was a 6.
Did anybody else roll?
Mm-mm.
I'm
I lived in the
So we
forest.
were the only ones who
I
were
guess I'll
reasonably sized
try
city.
that.
I grew up in a forest.
6 plus whatever.
With advantage, because I'm going to mess with your character a little bit.
7.
All right.
7.
So we're gonna lower the AC, the DC.
by 15.
Yeah.
So we both got a 6, and I got a 6, you got a 7.
Aurora has changed her name and appearance slightly, but you know her as a essentially medieval pop star from Osrin. So she was like a child prodigy bard. And so she was very, very famous where she came from, but she is trying to be low key here.
She just wants to blend in.
Can that yeah, I think Gimbal should know that because I would not know about pop stars.
I mean, we got a 6 and a 7.
Well, then you guys don't know.
It's like I mean, if we're gonna fudge it for him because like it wouldn't make sense for Dream to know.
I was thinking that maybe her music speaks to Dream and she's like a secret fan
Yeah.
of this person. Like, I like the concept of Dream having a hidden poster of this bard somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I lowered the DC. Like, it would be a secret that Dream has.
All right. I think it's just gonna make her quieter. She's
And so she looks down. Whatever that was, it looked real dangerous. If you guys want to come back up here, I was going to eat on my own, but if you guys want to take a break.
Yeah.
I like reached to my side where I was slashed. I'm like, yeah, I could.
Where's she?
That's a good idea.
She's.
I
I
like
didn't,
bricks.
I didn't put a token down. But she's just up on the walkway.
I mean, I haven't been hurt, but spell recovery is always a good choice.
So she.
I give you a
We
side
should
eye.
talk about your dexterity.
Well, yeah. I mean, this size doesn't really lend itself to
Never
moving
let
very
anyone
dexterously.
stop you based on something as silly as
Are you okay?
Dream Wraith, right? We were in reanimation together. You made that cat with the wonky leg.
I like cats.
Can I do an incident on this?
Do you want to hide it or is it obvious?
I'm just like tongue tied. Like
You're starstruck.
I'm not gonna be able to like articulate. But if you want to insight, you can like see like, oh, I'm nervous. I guess.
So, she takes you guys over to this north here, another one of the observatory rooms,
Hold on, where?
W9.
I don't have numbers.
I know. I'm saying it for me. Sorry.
So as we're walking along, I'm going to use Cure Wounds to help myself out here.
And as you approach Javanesh Stoutclaw,
What's going on?
Javanesh.
Are you okay? the two-headed really got to you.
The large and well-maintained observation hut has one level above the walkway and another below it. There is a smell of pungent algae from a large fountain bubbling up from the center of the floor of the lower level. So you actually don't see Javanesh yet. But so she kind of like spreads out a little blanket and kind of like sits very demurely. And she removes a small violin and she starts just gently
sit
playing a song.
Way too close to you.
Mhm. And then she has little tiny little cups of pudding that she offers everybody.
Does it look like the
Is
black?
it black?
No. It's actually kind of reddish.
Okay.
And she's like, if you would like, I was gonna share these. I don't know. I was hoping to meet somebody to have lunch with, honestly.
I'd love to have lunch with you.
But like your
Unfortunately, are you opposed to blood-based dishes? I mean, it's not harmful.
Oh.
I
I like blood!
It was equitably sourced. We got it from an awakened creature, so don't worry. I am a ethical vegan, so I always ask permission for my food before I eat it.
I would think that Cindy's still a vegetarian.
Were you waiting for someone specific?
No, I was just hoping I would run into someone.
I'll break some hardtack off of my ration and hand it over to
So,
Cindy.
not only are you guys taking a short rest, so she's also playing Song of Rest. So if you spend hit dice, you restore an additional D8.
I wouldn't have used my flippin' cure wounds, but I didn't know. So
And then also, if you eat the blood pudding, you restore 1 first level spell slot.
Oh hell yeah!
can't eat the blood pudding either.
Ethically sourced.
It's consensual. Yeah.
It's consensual.
But I mean, I don't want to be rude.
Okay, so hold
I'll
on.
dip the hardtack into the pudding and try it that way. So that was, what was it?
1d8
1d8.
extra.
So it's whatever you would usually spend plus an additional D8 from
Okay,
her
I
song.
can never remember
in
where
our
my
year.
hit die.
Yes, she's a Witherbloom
So there's a
student.
short
year
rest button.
It's in the short rest. Got it.
Yeah, you
And
hit
her
that, it'll
playing
bring up
is-
There we
your
go.
dice,
Like
and then you spend
friends
wander however many you want.
26 plus 2.
I have to say, I don't think I've heard anything that good the entirety of the time that I've been here.
And then a d8 plus
Stop.
1 for the blood.
I mean,
right?
it's just a silly
Yeah.
little song.
So,
Let's see. You're from Osrin, right?
Oh, we both are.
Yes. Oh, you're from Osrin as well. That explains your fashion sense. It's always impeccable.
Are there many?
I'm like
She starts singing a very famous Osrin ballad that you've heard every bard in Osrin play, but she's playing with the lyrics in such a way that make an insight check. Anybody?
I don't know.
I don't
I
I'm
can
saying you can make an
fully
insight.
enthralled. I don't.
Finally.
I'm not
Finally.
critically thinking.
You know she wrote this song.
Like, you're the super fan that's like, oh my god.
Oh.
What did you get?
17.
This very, very famous song that plays in every tavern in Osrin, she is playing with it as if she knows it inside and out, and you get the feeling that maybe she knows, you know what I mean? Like
What's the name of the pop star?
it doesn't actually give me her original name.
Oh,
She
okay.
said she just changed it. So I'm gonna say that her name was Luna Summer Wind before.
Once the song comes down, do you know Luna?
My name's Aurora.
No,
She puts the violin away.
That was beautiful.
but do you know her?
What do you mean?
It just sounded.
I'm not from Osrin. I'm from.
I mean, you could have just said no, but the way that you're avoiding this makes me feel like there's.
I'm gonna
something
grab her
suspicious.
hand. It's okay.
Please don't
I
tell
see how you're
anyone.
nervous.
Please don't tell anyone. I just want to be a normal student. That's
You
all I
are a
want to
normal
be treated
student.
as. I know, but
I have no clue. It's all over my head. I have no clue.
I knew I should have saved a friendship point. There's nobody needs to know anything. I mean, we're not even in the same school.
and you dream. do you have anything you would like me to hear before? I'm assuming you guys are doing something important.
We are, but if you please, would love to hear the song about
Yennefer.
Yennefer.
She looks a little taken aback by that one. I was like, why don't I play the romantic? And she just sings this one a cappella as the music just kind of lifts out into the area.
While we're like during part of this, I want to like somehow talk to her about like how changing just like which way your hairstyle makes you look like a different person. Like
So
deception
as a
and stuff.
Dampier, she can change her shape very similar to how you
Oh,
can.
okay.
Neat.
So can we like trade tips on that?
Yeah. Except it's a little bit different because for her it's more of a magical ability.
Yeah.
With you, it's more like literally changing your skin. But you guys get around to that. So because of that deep connection, so you guys all can add her to your relationships, but no points. But because you talk to her about something so personal, I will give you a relationship point with her.
Oh, cool.
Not to say that she doesn't like all of you. It's just that she had a personal connection with
Cool.
Z about changing your shape. And
Aurora
hiding yourself.
Winterstaff.
Yeah. You could just put Luna, and it's Lunar Winter Star with a W.
Interesting.
Aurora,
And 2
Lunar,
Rs.
Winter Star.
It's Aurora Luna Winter Star, but she would tell you guys to call her Luna, especially since you know her secret.
So
I still
is that just like acquaintance or is it friends still?
You would get one, so it's not
Okay.
friends yet.
Okay, it's just one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, right. Underneath,
There's somebody that we weren't supposed to see yet.
as you go down there, actually, you know what? I'm gonna have Javanesh not be in the scene because I gave you Aurora instead.
Cool.
So if you guys go down to the fountain, you go down there and you find a particularly frazzled Winterhold student with his hair wet and mangy. He's like, water weird in the fountain. And he just kind of like falls backwards.
It's like the troll in the
Is that one of the things we're looking for?
No, but inside of the fountain, sitting, also kind of panting,
I'll lean over. Are you okay?
Oh, it's one of mine.
is a Quandrix mascot made out of infinitely rotating geometric shapes.
He's so cute.
He's in the fountain. How is it doing with the water weird?
They're both kind of like passed out as if they were both fighting this water weird, this Witherbloom student and this fractal.
Oh,
He's passed out, so
Oh.
like you could just slip it on him.
Yeah. I'm gonna slip it on him and I'm gonna pet him.
He kind of like with little spinny eyes kind of goes.
can we
Like
take
the
him out and put him
Pokemon thing
somewhere
when
else?
they get like knocked down or whatever.
No, he's fine now.
Okay.
The water weird's dead. So I believe that means
That happened during
Makes
lunch.
four-
Should
Yeah.
we have helped?
well, you were
Dang
upstairs.
Oh no!
I don't know. I was enjoying the interaction with Luna so much that I was like, we can skip a water weird fight. It's fine.
She was hiding the water weird. She was
Oh.
on its team. The Strixhaven Star will hear of it.
No! No!
Maybe you could publish in the Star about the pudding.
Oh, that's
yeah.
a good
That's
idea.
That's a good idea.
Send a warning.
Keep
Did we put a sign up? Or did we just talk about a sign?
We just talked about a sign and
I
then
think
that.
Talked
when we
about a
get
sign.
back, we should just tell the professor.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I just
No, that's fair.
Time. She has no time to tag these.
Let's.
well, she can at least send a oh, but they're very expensive.
She could send
Apparently.
a sign, maybe.
She could send a sign.
You guys walk Luna back to Wildroot Hall as students are starting to like come back and like and then you guys head over this way to the far observatory on the other side of Wildroot Hall.
As we leave her, like I take 5 steps and then I look back and I wave, and then I take 5 more steps and I look back and I wave. Yeah.
She runs back over to you, Dream, tucks some hair behind her ear, and then she hands you a card. And on the card there is a little lipstick mark and then her signature.
Is it
The
advanced?
Cheshire's for
She's already gone.
Oh.
She literally goes, dream. And then she kind of slips it to you and then like runs off. And then on the back it says, our little secret. And then it's like her a pair of lips with her finger in front of it.
Nothing will ever make me talk about this.
Talking about what?
She's really sweet. I like her.
Me too.
So we're over here at this one.
Yep.
This
He's
is
gonna sit on the biggest scoop of the year, and it's fine. It's fine.
Things we do. For
another
friendships.
observation hunt. Stained paintbrushes and empty watercolor palettes are scattered on a table in the small thatched roof hut, which is a view of large clearings to the north and south.
Prismir?
Can I paint something?
Is how it's a small thatched roof hut. Am I gonna fit in this thing? Can I stand in it very nicely?
Yeah.
Okay. Who would just leave their paint? That's very irresponsible.
Prismir.
Oh. That's
Prismari.
true.
Prismari.
Prismari.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
That
wanna
makes
say
sense.
Prismir.
Yeah. I was like, why does that sound familiar?
That makes sense.
Can I attempt to paint something?
Sure, go ahead. Make a performance roll. As you go to pick up the brush, something jerks the paintbrush, so roll it with disadvantage.
It's still 10.
Still a 10? It would have been much better. Well, what would it have been if you hadn't had disadvantage? 11. So it doesn't actually affect you that much. Does anyone else want to try? There's enough supplies here to make a painter's kit as well.
Sure. I'll try. Seeing that it was like it tried
a
to
set
move.
of painter supplies and a set of calligrapher's supplies.
Oh, I'll take the calligrapher's supplies if possible.
I mean, I already have calligrapher's tools, so
I don't
Go
think
ahead
I
and make a
do.
performance roll
Okay. Gosh,
with disadvantage.
that's not gonna get much worse. Yeah.
So you
5.
well, wasn't it like a 17 though plus?
That was my disadvantage.
So 18,
No.
but it would have been 17 plus 1, right?
if it was a
Yeah.
disadvantage,
That's what I
At
meant.
disadvantage,
No, but what were both numbers?
17 plus 1. So it
18
would have been 18.
or
Yeah.
5. So
Five.
you had a perfect vision, and you know your brush strokes were right, but for whatever reason, half the time when you would go to a brush stroke, the paint would just turn to water, and so it's just this soggy mess.
I'm usually a lot better at this.
I'm
You're
gonna
very
ritual
messy,
detect
Nathan.
magic.
Go ahead.
Maybe it was the blood that.
Oh, ritual
blood
detect
pudding?
magic. You don't see any magical aura per se,
I tried it
but
because it was at the.
there's something under the table that's glowing.
I'm gonna look under the table.
Under the
Hey,
table,
buddy.
And dreaming?
you find an art elemental mascot.
Hey.
And you get the feeling that it was mischievously messing with your guys' paintings as you were painting.
That was really funny.
Wasn't it, though? I don't actually know if these talk, so it giggles mirthfully.
Wait,
happens
what?
if we go
And
to
I will crouch down too to look.
What happens if we go to put the band on?
I hope
It's
nobody.
giggling so much that it
Oh, I hope nobody steals this band off my wrist.
it immediately steals it.
Puts it on its head.
And then as it's running out, its hoof prints leave behind art splooshes that turn into a caricature of Dimple going, "I'm so dumb."
That's actually
Yes.
kind of funny.
He's very talented.
All right, so 5 down.
One
gonna-
to go.
I'm taking
So
the
you guys
calligrapher's
head
set.
north up this path. You actually come across 2 Witherbloom students who are badly injured with a small pest mascot sitting on one of them, waving at you.
Go up to
I would still have made detect magic up.
There's besides the mascot, which is inherently magical.
Okay.
There's no other magic going on, but they are on death's door. You do
So,
not act quickly.
We've
Oh.
got 2 potions that we found here.
One was already
One was
used.
already used.
Yeah.
We have another
Oh,
one.
okay.
This is also the 6th mascot, so
So I'll cast Cure Wounds.
And I'll use the potion on the other one.
okay. So they come to, and kind of they're Witherbloom students, but unnamed one. You talk to them?
But the mascot sitting on top of them is the 6th?
Yes. So there's 2 Witherbloom students, and then the mascot that waved you down, and he's so distraught that you can slip it on him, no problem. But he seems he's very fond of one of the students that was injured. Elks, giant elks, just attacked us, and you would know that is incredibly odd. Like the normal animals at the Witherbloom campus, like are friendly as can be.
That's very strange. Did you do something to anger them?
No, we were literally coming out to feed them.
Where did they go?
They ran off into the swamp, but I would not pursue them. They were enraged.
This area is very dangerous.
So-
I saw a black pudding. Be aware.
Not usually.
Today it is.
So we've had a black pudding, the
Make a nature check.
Okay.
thank you,
Ankle.
the ankle, 19.
The 19, there was an elk skull inside of that circle.
I remember that because that's probably what I picked up.
No,
Wasn't
you
it?
picked up the giant boar.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
In the
could they
circle,
be-
there was an elk skull.
Do you think
What
it was
else?
a
And
ritual?
boar. Maybe it was something. Can I think back on it? And no, because you told me I couldn't do an arcana at that time. Think
It's
about
just,
the ritual.
it's not something you would recognize. as
Okay.
boar.
I want to try and I'm going to try and draw what the scene looked like so I can remember it for later on and bring it to
Mhm.
the professor's attention. I keep forgetting her name. What is her name?
Sharp.
Sharp
Beak.
Beak.
Professor Sharpie, yeah.
Sharp Beak. Thank you.
Lisette, Valentine, who is a vampire. He's one of the deans of the Witherbloom College, sees you guys and goes, "Get indoors. There's something wrong with the grounds. No, the Witherbloom campus is closed today.
Did you see the black pudding?
It is one of the things we're dealing with. If you could fall in line."
Yes, Professor.
I do what he tells me to do.
So at the end of that day, so the rest of you who aren't Witherbloom College, like you're more than welcome to leave the campus, but he tells you it's either go to your dormitory or like leave the campus until tomorrow.
The campus being just this area.
So each school has their own campus. So this is the Witherbloom campus. There's the Quandrix campus. Like, so you're more than welcome to like go and stay in one of their rooms for the night. But like they're basically closing down the campus. So you're either stuck in your room or you go with them.
Yeah, good.
There's always room in Silvery-Quill.
And you're welcome to stay with me in my dormitory. This is
It's not as fun.
No,
I'm
it's
just
fine.
jonesing.
I
You
generally
want
don't
to-
mind fun.
Do you guys want to head back to Professor Sharpbeak now or save it for tomorrow because you're tired?
how late is it? I would say.
It's probably the beginning of evening, so it's like dinner time.
now.
Yeah.
That's good. We're done.
Go now.
The end of our ships. What would be our ships?
Right.
What shift?
Don't worry about it.
And you guys got all 6, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
You saved me a lot of effort, students, she says. Now I need to track them all down. Thank you for your assistance. She scribbles on a sheet of parchment and hands you the document.
Oh, thank you.
Well, it wasn't without its perils. I mean,
The Witherbloom campus is shut down.
Oh, is it? Wonder why.
the black pudding for once.
And
for
a
one.
very ritualistic looking circle where they'd hidden, or like, I suppose, used skulls of several natural creatures.
Killer
That's- I mean, the Witherbloom faculty will be investigating that, I'm sure.
It doesn't worry you at all.
No, I mean, we run a school for wizards. A school for magic users. even with an insight, it is common. Like Quandrix next week might have a fractal that like gains intelligence and like tries to mind control
Gotcha.
half the students.
Okay.
Like things like this are not.
It's not weird. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's weird to you because you found such a specific ritual, so it's weird to you guys
Okay.
if you want to put
But,
it back on socials.
Happy.
But, like, for the faculty, like, it's not her job to worry about Witherbloom.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so Witherbloom has capable casters there. Like, if they've already shut down the campus, that means somebody's already
They're
doing
taking
it.
care of it.
So, like, it's not her concern. The parchment she hands you is one free item from the Biblioplex student store.
Each.
No.
Oh, okay. What?
It's a voucher.
Well, thank you again, Professor. We had a really lovely afternoon.
Yeah, made some new friends.
And are incredibly excited about the Mage Tower.
I'm gonna have to start training.
I'm just concerned about you getting hit.
Yeah, as I look down at my larger form, I'm like, well, yeah. But I'll be a moving target, right? So
As I'm looking up at you from my like 4 foot nothing.
I'll probably crouch down. I'll be a moving target, so hopefully less.
Dexterity isn't just about size.
Oh gosh.
You could just draw their fire, and then that will allow us to win.
Have you researched?
Several of, I mean, Witherbloom students are known for their accomplished healing, so letting yourself be brought to the brink of death and then back again would be a reasonable strategy if none of you are inclined to physical activity.
Have you researched a shield spell?
Well, I mean, I have my armor, so that'll help. I'm trying to remember if I took shield. I think I might have. Just
Mage.
didn't prep it. So, but that's definitely something to look into. I bet if I look, if I may speak to Drazmir about some books.
Just put some books, huh?
I can help if you can't.
Oh, of course, yes.
You always forget that I work there.
Yeah.
So, items that you can buy at the bibliotech. The
Biblioplex.
Biblioplex. The Biblioplex student
Books,
store.
Biblioplex.
It's up to an uncommon. So they sell all your common college stuff like hats, knits, scarves, robes, blah, 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 for all of the different colleges. Also, you have a choice of a bottle of Boundless coffee. It carries warm coffee, and each time you drink the coffee, if you roll a d20 on a 1, the bottle refuses to dispense coffee for the next hour. There's the cuddly Strixhaven mascot. It represents one of the mascots of Strixhaven. This soft, tiny magic toy is perfect for cuddling.
That'd be cute.
If you press it to your arm, shoulder, or leg, it stays attached for 1 hour until you use an action to remove it. It also gives you saving throws to avoid or end the frightened condition. It gives you advantage on saving throws for frightened.
That's cool.
There's also, each college has a primer book, which gives you their magic books that help with certain skills. There's up to a first level spell scroll of your choice. The Strixhaven pennant. While you wave this pennant, the symbol on it glitters, and a permanent sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius. Or they have any weapon listed on the wizard class, +1 version of it. That's
Wow.
what you can choose.
Okay, I don't mean to be a party pooper here, but we should see if you have shield, and then if not, we should get you the shield scroll.
Let's
Oh, because
look
then you
at
can answer a
that.
book.
Yeah.
I do not have. Wait, no, that's my
Morgan,
prepared
get out.
spells. Hold on.
Well, popular choice. You must have been at the Witherbloom
Nope.
camp.
There's a pudding there.
There was.
Oh, pudding. I love pudding. Especially banana.
No, it was the black pudding.
Oh, I'm not a fan of treacle. No.
This one would
It's
be
one of the
here.
lesser puddings.
Oh, I mean, that's... Is that all? Or are you buying something else?
No, that's it. Okay.
And any of the common things, which is the boundless coffee, the mascot, the pennant, are only 100 gold pieces. The other ones are 300. Spell bubbles are 50. Well, you have 200. That's what I'm saying. If you wanted to buy one of the other ones, you have the money to do so.
So we
I know,
got
but
the
that's all of my
scroll.
money.
No, they're only 100 gold pieces.
So one of these is half.
And
of
first
the
level
entirety.
spell scrolls are 50 gold pieces.
Okay, that's more reasonable. That's actually a fantastic price.
So
Do they have normal items too?
They just sell the clothing and the things.
Okay.
can I? So rather than using the scroll, I'm going to try and learn it. I want to learn it.
That was my thought.
It'll take you, I think, an hour and 50 gold pieces. Unless
I don't have 50 gold pieces. I'm
Oh,
broke.
cover
I'm
it.
working.
We're a
he
team.
gives you the supplies to do it.
I'll pay you back. I promise. I mean, I'll sometimes the tips are really good at the cafe, and so and maybe Mina will.
Cindy, it's fine. We're a team.
Thank you.
All right. So after those events, we're skipping forward some time to about a third of the way through the year, and coming up is your first scrivening and symbology exam.
Uh-oh.
So exams are broken down into two phases. You have a studying phase and you have a testing phase. So during the study phase, you can do several things. So you can decide how you're studying using a particular check, and you'd have to describe to me how you're using that check in order to study. If you study, you get an extra reroll during the testing phase that you can use during either. There's two rolls in the testing phase. Or you could pull an all-nighter. If you pull an all-nighter, you will be exhausted for everything else, but you will have a reroll during the testing phase.
Like exhausted as in the condition, so
Yeah.
what does it do?
I believe it is one of your ability checks, but you would gain a reroll,
So if we study and pull an all-nighter, we'll get 2 rerolls.
2 rerolls. But you will be exhausted for everything else after the test.
I mean, I've been studying. So
I find Urzmatac recommends a student to help study.
Okay.
Study.
So you may have advantage on your study check, but you still have to you still have to roll for your study.
Okay. But I guess a reroll on the study or I get advantage.
You get advantage on the study roll, and then if you pass that, you get advantage on a test roll.
Test roll.
Can I try something?
okay.
Hang on 2 seconds. What do you want to try?
With ramparts, I can get around campus security.
You gonna steal the testing?
Attempt.
So cheating is an option.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Oh damn.
I mean, Rampart. I know Rampart, but I didn't know he'd do that for you.
More friends.
He's on the chess club and he's this way.
He's a military
strategic.
tactician.
Although
He's
maybe you have to persuade
Whatever
him.
it takes to win.
It's all right. Good call. Good call.
Gimbals like, what the fuck?
Don't tell me about this one.
Trying to find the actual test rules that this gives.
I have to pull out more d20s because these ones have not been treating me well tonight.
Should we?
All right, so the studying phase. So you choose an ability score. You have to justify to me why that ability score would be useful for studying for this exam. Some examples they give in the book is using a history check to pore over the books, a performance check to create spoken mnemonic devices, or a sleight of hand check to create reminding gestures during the test.
Not an arcana check?
You could also
Okay.
these are just examples because Arcana is the obvious one.
Yeah.
You can, instead of studying, choose to pull an all-nighter, so you don't have to do studying. If you just say, I pull an all-nighter, it gets you 2 re-rolls, but you will have disadvantage on your rolls during the test because you're exhausted. But how re-rolls work, it's not advantage, it's just a re-rolling of the dice. So if you roll 2 dice at disadvantage and only 1 is low, you can re-roll that one because you have 2 of them.
Got it.
To pass the exam, there's 2 ability checks during the testing phase. You have to just pass 1 to pass the exam. Now, during the exam, you can choose to cheat using either a deception check or a sleight of hand check. You can't use, so if you decide to cheat on a portion of the test, you cannot use any of your rerolls. And if you fail, if you fail the cheat check, you will be caught and you will fail the exam. Students who fail exams have to go into mandatory tutoring, which means you cannot do any extracurriculars or jobs while you are on academic probation.
I don't like this.
Any other questions?
I think we're good.
All right. So, and if 2 or more of you do a study session today, you get advantage on the ability check during the studying phase, unless you're doing something so far different from the other group that I would say that you can't. You know what I mean? Like if you decide to sneak out and like see the test beforehand, like you couldn't say that unless they also go with you, but then they would have to also roll something along those lines.
I feel like I would definitely be studying with Dream and or Zindi.
They're doing a studying session with what's his face, the orc.
Well, I hadn't quite joined that yet. I was contemplating it, but
Urzmatac will actually be your studying partner. So if anyone wants to go with them, she already has advantage, but you can join that study session, or you 2 could study together, or you could study with you have a beloved, so you could study with him.
Drazmir.
Who's my friend, so I could join in that one.
Yeah,
too.
we could do that. We'll do.
And if you do that, you would gain your beloved inspiration. You already gained your beloved inspiration from your interaction with Javanesh. Keep that in mind.
Okay. So
And I would just have normal advantage.
You don't have a beloved, right?
No.
Okay, so
we're
okay.
just really good friends.
So how are you guys studying? Because each of you can do a different role, but you're just doing it together.
So I think we'd probably be at the Biblioplex,
Yes.
finding a study room.
Oh, Drazmir and I have a standing reservation.
Wonderful. And so I might be.
We study every day that ends in Y for an hour in the evenings as well as an hour in the mornings prior to class.
That's right. That's right. How could I forget? I wish I could join you guys on the other study days, but the cafe, the Fire Jolt Cafe just takes up some of my time.
Before class.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, even after class.
Well, but it's not as much like before class is when your job mostly is.
Oh, okay.
I think that Gimbal and Drazmir, because of, for one, Drazmir's interest in Zindi, and for 2, Gimbal just wanting to study as well as make both of his friends happy, would move our afternoon study sessions on the days that Zindi was working to the coffee shop, so that when it's slow, we can like trade flashcards.
So what skill are you using to study?
I'm using Arcana.
Cindy?
History.
Okay.
Trying
so
to
you're
remember. Or I can
pure
learn.
memorization and then you're learning theory. Those are the 2 difference there. So go ahead and make your
Gimbal's about practical application.
so go ahead and make your study rolls with advantage using those skills.
Oh no. Oh no.
10.
30-20.
30-20. So you have 1 reroll. So you can note that on your character sheet or your tracking sheet. No, there's a box for it. Where it says rerolls next to test 2. Now, Zindi, you can choose to pull an all-nighter. You will gain 2 rerolls, but you will be at disadvantage on the test.
I'm going to have to, because, Drazmir means a lot to me, as a friend, but, it's a little, and as much as I enjoy
Drazmir goes, Minotaurs, we only need about 2 hours of sleep at night, so I can stay up with you if you
Oh, no,
want.
I don't want you to
I insist.
put yourself, okay.
I insist. I will work on a separate project, and he helps you a lot. So you go ahead and record those 2 reasons. What skill are you using? And you're studying with Urzmatac.
The performance for
Mnemonic devices.
And do I get advantage
Advantage.
because
Mhm.
I'm
Because you're 2 or more people studying.
Okay, so I got a 20, and so it's 23.
Okay, so you get 1 reroll.
There is a section for D4s here. How do we?
That's after the exam.
Oh, okay.
See?
I'm cheating, right?
Are you?
You can only cheat during the test.
That's right.
But if you want to do something sneaky before the test, that counts as your study phase.
Can I study with Rampart?
You could study with Rampart.
Okay.
What level is he a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you doing to study with Rampart? Like, what's your best skill?
Persuasion, intimidation, and deception.
Okay. So those all lead to kind of cheating.
And then performance after that.
Why don't we make a persuasion check, and we'll say you find Rampart helps you find a 3rd year who like coaches you on this exam.
Okay. Because then also Javanesh's boon, his aggressive peers back down, so right.
And then roll that with advantage because you're studying with technically the Rampart.
This is persuasion.
You know what we'll say? We'll say that Rampart helps you get the 3rd year, but then you bring the 3rd year to their study session.
Okay.
So like they're also benefiting from
Okay. It was persuasion, right?
Yeah.
17.
17. All right, so you get that 1 reroll for
Cool.
your study phase. And so going into the testing phase, only Zindi pulled an all-nighter, correct?
So I'm sorry, where are we marking these?
So there's little check boxes next to
On
test.
year
Year,
2.
year 2.
Yeah.
Test 1.
Oh, I put it under test 2. Oopsies. I'm gonna study again for test 2. So
All right. So, the skills involved in your testing phase are going to be investigation and arcana. So you can write that next to skills for test 1. You can shorten it however you want because there's not a lot of
Arcana investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. The testing is on Glyph of Warding. So the first part of the exam is Glyph of Warding shapes, identifying the shapes commonly used when mages cast Glyph of Warding. Make an intelligence investigation check. Now, if this is one of your extracurriculars, you may use a student die if you have one on investigation.
That's a
I didn't
D4.
earn any student die.
That's a D4 added to the D20. Zindi, you are at disadvantage, but you do have 2 rerolls.
I'm at disadvantage.
Yeah, because you pulled an all-nighter, so you're exhausted.
Dang it.
Can I use the D4 after I see the original roll?
Yes, you can use a D4 after you see the D20.
That one's cocked.
So you use the
Close.
lesser.
Yeah. Okay.
13.
13. Unfortunately, you do not pass this part of the exam.
Do you have rerolls?
Yeah, if you would like to use a reroll.
Oh, yeah.
It was investigation?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's worse.
19.
19. All right, you pass the first part.
No, 20.
That's the first part.
15.
Pass the first part. To pass this exam, Dream, you just gotta get the second one.
Okay.
The second one is going to
Natural
be
one.
an Arcana check.
Oh,
I didn't ask for the check yet, so you couldn't have rolled it yet. Would you like to cheat?
No, I'm not going to cheat. If this one's Arcana, I can use my D4.
Yes.
and I'm still at.
Oh, fuck. I didn't
But you
even
have
roll
to
that.
reroll.
Okay. So I have to re-roll both of them?
Nope. You just reroll 1 dice if you want.
Nice.
Nat 20 for 26.
Okay,
We
that was
add-
one re-roll.
Do we add our Arcana bonus to this?
Yes. It's an Arcana check.
Okay.
Come on. That's cocked. Okay.
All right. Dream.
Okay, so I actually got a 15 on my first roll because I didn't add my investigation modifier.
Okay. So then you passed it.
Okay, cool.
What was your second one?
19.
19? Okay. So you actually aced your first exam. So that means you gain. So both of your, so where it says D4s, you can check both of those as you gain 2 student dice.
Okay.
So nat 20 for a 26. Roll numbers, scripts, scribbles, and scrolls.
Okay. That is also you aced your exam, so you get 2 student dice.
19.
All right.
I'm sorry, 17.
Okay, so you passed both of yours, so you also aced your exam. Now, so the reason I had you guys write the skills used in the exam, these student dice that you're getting from the exam, you can use on those skills.
Okay.
Okay.
Arcana and
And investigation. Yeah.
And that's at some point throughout the year.
Yeah. I mean, like, you keep them forever. So, like, those 2, that's why you'll, like, erase one or, like, indicate that you used it. But, like, you get those for investigation or arcana checks. You can use that D4 at later.
Okay.
Got it.
And Cindy, what was your second roll?
If I did this correctly, I re-rolled one of my d20s twice for my 2 extra re-rolls.
Mhm.
That actually ended up becoming the higher of the 2 numbers. So my lowest number was 17 plus 5, 22.
All right. You also ace your first exam. So you also get 2 student die usable with arcana and investigation.
Nerds.
With that, congratulations, you all aced your scrivening and symbology exam.
None of us cheated.
If
I don't mind if
He actually
You didn't cheat.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
if Gimel didn't ace the scrivening and symbology exam,
Well, you got 2 more.
Miranda would not have taken kindly.
And with that, you guys are now level 5.
Yay!
After passing your first test, you leveled to 5.
That is amazing.
That's why I was kind of like, maybe we should do the test before the break, but no, it's fine.
Whereas I'm thinking, wow, thinking back to our time at the Biblioplex, I'm like, what was it, a flask, a carafe, the never-ending coffee, that sounds really good right now.
I'll take all 3.
So this is the picture that I was telling you about, where you can see how the pests really are.
Oh my gosh.
So when they pull it all the way forward, they look like this
They're
cute little
gonna
derpy
show.
face, and then they pull it back, and it's that.
That looks like a foreskin. Yeah, I see what Cindy was saying.
Cindy was not saying that. Margar
Sorry,
was saying
what Margar was saying before.
From
If
a
you prefer it to be
distance.
you, that's fine.
From a distance, pests look round, squishy, and cuddly. Up close, they're sharp.
Oh my goodness.
These are your buddies.
Sharp. Yeah, my favorite ones. That one's sunflower.
Sunflower.
Oh,
So
puppy.
cute. All right, wait.
Mm-hmm.
We are now level 5.
Mhm.
Amazing.
God, we get 3rd levels.
There's
Yeah.
so much
Should
to
we worry
do.
about doing that right now. or-
If you can do it quickly,
Okay, I'm gonna
it's
try.
great. But if not, it's fine.
I'm gonna try.
Whoever finishes first, you'll get a free NPC interaction. How's that?
So
Right.
you have mage armor. You're just gonna keep giving us mage armor every day. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we talked about that, that could be something I could do for sure. I don't know how to do it in the app. I gotta go to the website, don't I?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, wonderfully, the website is so easy to use.
Well, did it automatically? Yes, it did. Yay, done.
Done.
You picked your spells?
Yeah.
All right. Who would you
I
like to
didn't pick
interact with?
Anyone?
Well, I don't have an automatic set of spells that I do or don't use, so that's the hard part with Wizard is like
Quintilius.
I need limits.
Okay. Quintilius is at like a parky area practicing for a role. How would you like to approach him? Just to show you guys him again.
Gosh. I need to get spells.
Okay, so maybe this is meta, but I do remember on his thing that he likes, so he does the dead languages thing. There was something about he wanted to perform roles in
Yeah, that's
the actual
I read it out
language
to you,
that they
yeah.
were supposed to be.
Mhm.
So, maybe one of my languages that's more uncommon,
What are your languages?
like deep speech or draconic. Well, draconic not so much, I guess. Maybe deep speech. He's doing a part in it, and he's stumbling over some word.
Freeze.
And I help him gently, encouragingly, not patronizingly, with his pronunciation.
Are you sure that's how that's spoken? There's an N there.
Yeah, I mean, that's back home. I learned from someone who spoke that, and that was so was the inflection that they used.
Where are you from again?
Eberron.
So, in this combined world, Eberron is a country, not a different plane.
Eberron, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Tell me more about what was it? Everon?
Eberron.
Yes.
It's a common mistake.
Is it?
Mm.
I've never been.
Very dark.
Is it?
Mm.
I myself am from Silvery Moon.
I've never been.
Yes, the one and only human noble family in Silvery Moon. My father raised to prominence 10 years ago, and he is an actor of the stage, quite like myself, but a little bit more prolific, even though his prose could be good. And he just kind of like talks at you for a long time. What do you do?
I'm gonna go in at the
Make a
appropriate
con check.
the Constitution check.
You can make it a saving throw if you so wish.
I so wish. 19.
All right, 19. You get through it. You get through all the boring stuff. And then you can give yourself one friendship point with Quintilius.
Coming to fruition.
All right, is everybody else done?
Yeah.
All right. So sometime, do you guys want to roleplay after the exam at all? Or, like, it's up to you guys. We can skip forward.
That was exactly what I expected. I loved these study guides that they provided. It was really, I'm sounding like Kirill, but that's fine. It was really, I mean, fairly to the note.
That was what I'm going to be honest. That was a little tougher than I anticipated. I don't know why. I thought I had my flashcards in the right order, associated with the right, studies and groups and terminology. And I guess my vocabulary just got a little.
Were you distracted by your sexual feelings for Dragomir?
Dream does not see the Dragomir standing right behind Dream.
What you meant to say
don't
was,
get
did you
what I said
alphabetize
anyway.
by common or primordial lettering?
Primordial. That might have been the
I
problem.
think that was the problem.
Yeah.
Dragomir puts
yeah.
something on the ground and then promptly walks away.
Bye.
Do you look at what it is?
Oh, what do you put? Sure.
It's a little box that says Zindi on it.
He brought you a gift.
I should have gotten him a gift. He was helping me study. Oh, that coffee. I'm going to go make a coffee. Oh, what is it?
You open it and it's a little package of chocolate-covered espresso beans.
Oh,
I eat one.
Mm.
I mean, he's such a good friend.
Whenever a suitor tries to woo Yennefer, they often give her chocolate.
A paper crane floats over and lands on your shoulder.
Oh,
You better say that. That's expensive.
hello.
do they have multiple uses?
I'll pick it up.
It
Carefully.
unfolds into a note from what's his name?
Sharpie?
Dragoneer? No, the guy who just walked in. Drazmir.
Drazmir.
And it says, just so you know, I have no intent of reporting you to any HR or other counseling thing for the comment that I heard. I was not offended in any way. Drazmir.
The one that said it.
But his intention is to not report it. Like
Okay.
this is Drazmir's way of saying, that was fine. That was fine. I was not upset. I just left, but I was not upset.
All right.
I'll try and refold it into the crate.
And it's non-magical after you unfold.
I know, that's why I'm trying to refold it. It's like,
Zindi, on a practical note,
yes.
now that we're able to get up to the next tier of spells. Have you thought about it?
Little bit. I mean, I did learn shield, so that scroll did come in handy. Thank you so much again for that. I really do appreciate it.
No, of course.
But, you know, I was thinking of a couple other things that I thought might be useful. And I mean, I'm rather tall, you know,
I'm rather short.
but I always thought it would be fun to fly.
I would love to see you fly.
Well, I'm thinking of learning fly.
Do you think, looking at Mage Tower, that it would be helpful for both of us to have it?
Are you going to learn to fly too?
Well, I'm just thinking if we both learn it, then we have multiple flyers.
That's a good idea.
But I didn't want to double up too much.
No, that makes sense.
On top of that, I had a couple ideas.
Oh, please. And by this time, I'm like sitting down on the ground, cross-legged, trying to keep it eye level.
Cliff boarding was incredibly boring, and I did not have a great time learning that, although for security purposes, it's not a bad choice.
Sure.
I have been going through the works of Mel, and the meteors caught my attention.
Ooh, I've heard about them. I've not seen them in practice, though.
Goodness, I've seen diagrams.
Yeah.
Never in person. But that versus a counterspell.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking back to, you know, that time when, oh my gosh, I'm having the worst time remembering the college name.
I would assume.
Just for clarification, we'll say this conversation about spells happened sometime after the thing, so you could have rested. Because I'm going to move into the next event from this conversation.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So this isn't directly after the exam. This like talk of spells is sometime after.
Okay.
I learned counterspell. I don't know if that
That's a
works
good
or not.
one.
But I think similarly, more than one of us with counterspells not bad.
Yeah. So I
Just like
think,
being with people and they're like gonna do something, you're like, no.
right.
It's Nishazi.
Apologies.
It's okay.
I have a bad nickname habit, and I am working on it.
It's okay.
I with
Dream.
Urzmatac, I've had a very difficult time, but I am coming to terms.
It's okay.
He hates you.
I know.
You've been hit by
Trying
so many ray of sicknesses.
I want so hard for him to like me, and I don't mean to do it. It's just
I don't mean to punish you for great role play, but put a -1 for Urzmatac.
no.
I said that.
Well, because he said he's been struggling with nicknames, and that's what he hates more than anything. So it's not -2. There's no bond bane, but
I'll put in a good word for you.
I appreciate that. I have so many connections now that I had to add another line, which is fitting. Gimbal is a little tatterbox.
I have extra cards if you need an extra.
But what I'm asking is, I suppose,
Hmm.
do we need more flies and counter spells, or do we think that the damage is going to be helpful? I try to avoid fire as much as possible. Thanks, book. But
Well, if I remember correctly, I mean,
we haven't talked about our books at all.
it's more about, isn't the game more about like getting in and doing what you need to do and not necessarily hurting the opponents?
Hurting the opponents immediately disqualifies you.
So counterspell
Counterspell might be
probably
good.
useful,
Not to mention,
That would be bad though if somebody counterspelled my fly.
I mean, you
which
guys
is
were
why we should get more counterspells to
Oh.
counteract that.
That's a good idea.
I'm gonna get flying counterspell.
Dream was like, my
Yeah,
demonic
we needed
patron
to-
just gave me spells.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think I'm gonna have any helpful ones for this tower thing.
Learned visibility a while ago, so
Oh, I can do that too.
okay.
That's used. Cannon.
Damn it.
So I mean, if we turn you invisible and then cast fly.
Well, the intricacies of invisibility may not allow that.
Okay.
I'll have to do further research because perhaps I'm mistaken, but I believe that another spell effect from invisibility will disallow invisibility. Generally speaking, though, the writing on this is from a single caster, so from another caster working on the invisible person.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
could do it.
Like if I cast invisibility on her, and then she casts fly
No,
on
I
her
think it
spell.
would have to be.
I would have to cast fly on myself, and then you would have to cast invisibility. So that
Well,
something
it's as
being
long
worked
as
on
you
me.
don't cast another spell.
Maybe we just try it.
Maybe not.
We've got time to practice, right? I mean, if we're on a team, we're going to be practicing
Right?
our strategy.
Yes.
Right.
So a
Sure we
Prismari
could.
student named Nora Ann Wu kind of runs up to you guys as she's running past you and says, "You gotta see what's going on at the Rose stage. Someone's cooked up a batch of mascot bait, and now the place is crawling with the little critters. They're as happy as baby boars in mud. And so we're gonna try a game. It's mascot stacking, and the winner gets a fancy prize." And then she runs off towards the Rose stage.
Mascot
Surprise.
stacking. Let's do it.
What?
Prizes mean scrolls!
Prizes means tuition money.
Right?
So you approach the Rose stage and you hear the party before you see it. Laughter, whooping, and shouting waft from the stage as a chaotic scene comes into sight. On the main Rose stage, a dozen students. Let me see if I can find the Rose stage.
No, that was the favor, not money.
Rose stage.
R.
There's so much beautiful art in this book. I just want to show as much as
Yes.
this is
please.
just a picture from the Rose stage.
Get that money's worth.
I have totally honest, I bought this book and forgot that I bought it. And I'm so excited because I'm getting to see all this for the first time now.
Yeah.
Cool.
World-class concerts happen regularly on the Rose stage. Someone's a performer? No. Yes?
I have performance.
I was just thinking the extracurriculars. You're
I'm in the drama guild.
Yeah.
She
So if you're very familiar with the Rose stage.
you probably have gone and seen one of Dream's performances.
Usually the tree.
You're always so good.
You hear the party before you see it. On the main Rose stage, a dozen students playfully dart away from several pests while other mascots watch nearby. The scurrying students hold goopy substances in their hands that look like honey mixed with mushroom pieces. Off to the side, more students stand, laughing and holding curious-looking wands. A student shouts through uncontrollable giggling, "Gross! Look at those goofs covered in pest bait! I don't know what's in it, but the pests love it. We'll give them their snacks. We were just waiting on you. We knew you'd want in on this mascot stacking contest. The other mascots want to play too."
Okay.
So you arrive on the screen and Greta Gorun.
Hey!
Dwarf!
She stands up amongst everyone and is like, "All right, you slobs." And she holds up a belt. "Me parents sent me this and I don't really care for it." It's a belt of dwarven kind. So I'm offering this up for whoever can stack the most mascots.
How do we stack?
I'm tall.
So, teams of two. They're splitting into teams of two. So, you guys have to decide.
Is Drazmir anywhere nearby?
No, he would not come. This would be the kind of thing he would walk, like he would hear the hooping, howling, like.
Me.
Let's do it.
Each of your rivals are also participating in different groups of two.
Quintilius.
But you're Grayson.
Quintilius waves at you and then sees you and goes,
Oh, because you're rivals, aren't you?
Yes.
I will call across the field. Good luck, Grayson!
Grayson literally goes, "Ugh!" like turns away from you, holding his wand aloft.
See
From
Tal-
I don't think any of the mascots are that gross.
I see Talana and just do like a bow to her.
Talana looks at you and goes, and then she goes and stands next to Grayson.
Oh boy.
You guys are all competing at the same time. Greta Gorun is a Lorehold apprentice. If anyone wants to know her school, she is.
Nice.
Question. You said there's a bunch of mascots standing around. Are there mascot statues? Remember the thing that was animating the...
Oh, no, they're different kinds. So,
Okay. I want to see if I can keep an eye out for that dude and establish that relationship with him and
With the mascot that animated the
underground,
thing.
yeah. 'Cause
So,
we want to fit the power.
this is a relationship encounter. So if you team up with an NPC, you may gain a relationship point with that particular NPC. Just so you know.
Oh,
Does that make you reconsider your partner? Your
I was gonna
choices?
ask you that.
No, I
do you
don't.
want to do it together? Or
I
do
don't
you
want
want to do
more
NPCs? I'm open to
I'm
whatever.
out of lines.
Um,
I
But you
guess
could
if I-
increase one.
If I
I was
went
gonna say, I don't know
with their
if I-
non-talk,
I mean,
then we
I
might not
could-
hate each other anymore. But I don't.
I
don't
could
think he's
if
gonna
they
be-
know
Nina
to be
around?
your
Because she's the
partner.
only other person that I might do well with.
Mina's right.
You
Yeah.
tell me. It's up to you. If you want to do together, I'm down for that.
Well-
Also, one of you could sit out and encourage the other players, and then interact with the NPC that way, and then you could give advantage to a team of your choosing. Or you could heckle another team, which gives them a disadvantage. But you
So,
cannot be participating in order to do that.
well, I would say that I really wanted to play though, but I saw how Quintilius looked when he saw you partnered with me. I don't want to
Mina-
ruin that.
Mina throws her arm through your arm and goes, Zindi, this is a perfect opportunity to take Quintilius down several pegs. Let us not waste it.
I
Well,
Repeat after me.
yes, ma'am.
Quintilius? More like
Quintilius.
Stuptilius.
More like Stuptilius.
I want to sleight of hand her a high five.
She didn't have a... And so who are you participating in?
Plans for him.
Your boyfriend's there. He's like,
I'm already at 3 with him though.
I'm just saying, he's there. Well, so you don't get the point, like, she's already kind of taken the Mina point. So
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you can participate with him if you would like.
But if I participate with a different NPC, do I increase? Is
No.
that possible to get? Okay.
You just maintain.
Okay.
Take down Grayson.
He's
You should
your
heckle him.
Mina.
That'd be funny. That's a grumpy
It's already
character.
at 2.
Well, you can proceed to 3.
We are besties.
I want to heckle.
Oh, so you're not going to participate? So you're not participating.
The
You
fact
can
that you keep
participate.
reacting.
No, I'm just asking.
So you
Totally
can participate and get like a new point with an NPC, or you could heckle and decrease.
Is Luna
grade
around?
points.
Yeah, Luna's there, kind of like in the background. She and a couple
Oh,
of the
I'm so
other
jealous.
the band
I'm
students
trying to get in with her
Are-
for you.
playing music for the event.
Ugh.
So like
So
she
did I just doom you by
No,
going
no, no,
with
no, it's
Mina?
fine.
so she looks at you and goes, "Are you not participating?"
I need a partner.
Well, and then she puts her violin back in the case. I guess we should convince some mascots to get on top of each other.
Thankfully, thank you.
And then she will grant you bardic inspiration.
Sick.
Did it E6 or D8?
D8.
Wow. She's so beautiful.
I know I'm not enthralled now.
So this will not get you a relationship point, but it
That's
moves
fine.
you further down the road.
I'm down.
All right. So each team, you get to choose. Again, there's a lot of ability check choice. You have to choose how you are doing it. You do have a wand, which lets you stack them. Like so you can use like Arcana to like use your wand to stack them
Okay.
on top of each other. Those are handed out to everyone. Or you could use something like animal handling or sleight of hand to like flick the wand in a certain way.
I have a really good Arcana. If we want to try that.
Yeah, I've got some dice for Icona too, so that's fine with me. Deception, can I trick them into
There you go.
light? Or I could do intimidation too, because I got a pretty high intimidation.
I was thinking the same thing. Get on top. Get on top.
Get on top, and we'll use your intimidation plus my Arcana, and like together we'll coax them into following the wand.
There you go.
So the opposing team to your guys' two teams are going to be Talania and Grayson. And so I will be rolling for them.
And we each roll?
Mm-hmm.
So this is 4 teams total, right? 'Cause 1, 2, 3, and then Talania.
Are you participating? I thought you were staying out with me.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, like either is fine.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're
Oh,
in the, we're
we
on the,
thought that her and Mina were a team.
That's also fine.
No, we'll be on the side. We'll be on the sidelines, and I'm going to be shouting and heckling.
There's a bolt of dwarven kind on the line. Are you sure you don't want as many opportunities to win as possible?
Yeah. You can
Okay, fine. I'll participate.
All right. In that case,
I wanna
you can
stab me.
increase Luna by 1. That's only fair.
Okay.
But that means none of you can heckle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, 'cause
We're concentrating.
Who's everybody's beloved that are
I-
currently there?
Mina.
Okay, so Mina's on your team, so that doesn't count.
Javanesh.
Javanesh. Do you have any 2s or higher that might be there?
I have 2s.
Oh.
Drazmir left. Mina is one of my 2s as well.
Okay, so she's participating, and then
Urzmatac.
Urzmatac, whatever.
I have another 2 as well.
Rampart?
Rampart.
Rampart is not there.
Okay, so I figured.
This has no military.
Yeah.
Strategic.
application.
You have
Okay.
2 2s.
Right, but
So do I.
I just got to.
Oh, yes.
I have 2 3s now. I got 2 besties.
All right, so
Falling behind.
Jazz, your boyfriend will encourage you, so you have advantage on your first roll.
Sweet.
Okay, so how this works is you will roll whatever skill you want to roll, and then you will add your numbers together with your teammate.
Okay.
And then that will be your total score. Whoever gets the highest score stacked the most. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll for the opposing team just real quick, and then we'll go through and do everyone's rolls, and I'll roll for your guys' various peoples.
Okay.
All right. So I have that number. Let me write it down.
Here, do you want a piece of
Yeah.
paper?
Yeah, just you know what? Just go ahead and write 16 down.
16. Got it.
As they are struggling because
Okay.
they keep bickering with each other. They're not a good team. They only formed the team because people
Oh,
they just
fighting.
like are on the other teams. So, all right, team
All right,
one.
you mascot. So
What are you rolling?
black eyes. I just kind of stare at them and
Dream.
menace.
Symbol.
Oh God!
No.
7.
And
We flubbed that real hard.
So
Look at me.
So it's 7 and a 10. We're
Luna.
17.
Aurora.
Okay,
I'm
please
try-
still be better
I'm
than
trying to intimidate them, but I am very distracted by Luna. So I'm like,
That
It's
and
warm.
several of the pets being stacked are like high on pet bait, so they just don't notice.
Oh,
you.
okay.
They're just
okay,
kinda
what was
like,
your number?
17.
17. Okay.
All right,
go team.
Luna is
We did
going
right.
to do a
Okay.
performance check
Okay.
to get all of the art elementals that are there
Yeah.
to like be like, oh shit, yeah. Ooh, that's a 20, dirty 20.
Okay. Can I make so the mascots that are there? They're different kinds, or
There are different kinds, yeah.
but like are there specific ones we're stacked?
Mostly pests. It's
Okay.
mostly pests.
I would like to change my appearance
Mhm.
to like seem a little more like worm-like, I guess, like skin color.
I'm gonna call shenanigans on that because you can only turn into humanoids.
But can I add like a flap of skin to make me like whatever? It's fine.
Whatever.
What
Basically, I wanted
skill are you going
to
for?
do a persuasion
All right.
based on like
So just you do persuasion. You don't need the. You already have advantage, so you
Yeah.
don't need to change your shape. You're
Okay.
just kind of like, come on, let's do it. And like several of the Quandrix ones, because you're a Quandrix student, they're like, yeah, let's go over to that one.
all right. So with persuasion,
Yeah.
that's a 23.
So So that's 43 for their team.
And let's do the inspiration, because I'm not going to get to use it any other time because they're going to sleep today, right? So,
Only last.
that's
Oh, so are you using your beloved inspiration?
No, the
No.
inspiration, the bardic
Aura.
inspiration.
Oh, okay.
Bardic inspiration, so that's 8 more.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, 43 to 51.
So Aurora and Nishazi's stack is these fractals who have spread out into these mathematically impossible configurations, and then these art elementals that have formed themselves into like beautiful
Gently
maidens.
spiraling.
You know what I mean? So it's like it would be taller if they
It's
weren't
artwork.
so beautiful, but it's by far the tallest so far. All right, Cindy.
All right.
Come on.
All right, so I'm gonna roll.
And you're with Mina, right?
Yes, I'm with Mina.
Okay.
Mina Lee. And I'm gonna roll Arcana. So I'm gonna be using the wand with a flourish.
And Mina will stand behind you and do really complex
vocal speech.
yeah, vocal components like
Somatic.
no, the
Verbal.
verbal. I want to say invocations, but that's not.
Chanting.
Yeah, she's chanting
Okay.
like 3 different languages at once.
Oh wow. Cool.
Using mirror image.
Ooh.
So she has like a couple versions of herself.
That's
and she's
amazing.
and it did not work very well. That's a 6.
Plus my 17. So what? 23.
I don't know math. I've been watching
17
Frostmaiden. Like
plus
every
3.
time I roll, I'm like, what's numbers?
Clack clack math dice. Okay, 23.
All right. So Aurora and Nishazi are very clearly the winner. Greta comes over and like, congratulations, lad.
Thank you. I turned to Aurora. Are you?
That was
mean
really
to be
pretty.
offensive to our patron, but anything that makes me more like a dwarf sounds pretty awful.
Just wanted, just wanted to check. You know, wanted to be fair.
Worst comes to worst, we can sell it.
I mean, I don't even know what it does. Let's go find out.
I will walk over to Grayson and like stick my hand out. Better luck next
Gives you
time,
kind of like a
friend.
limp
I take it full. I mean, I'm a little guy, so it's not a real strong one. But I take it full. Whew, that was a lot of fun, though.
And then Talani is kind of like, you probably would have done better if you'd been on Z's team. Though I'm sure he cheated somehow.
Oh, I would doubt it. I mean, the man has a way with mascots, let me tell you. Oh, don't, like, I should not tell you. Never mind.
Oh no.
What?
I'm assuming you're reading the belt of
I am.
Ravenkind.
I am.
Oh gosh, what's going on?
So while wearing this belt, you gain the following benefits: Con increases by 2,
Great.
advantage on charisma, persuasion, made to interact with dwarves. In addition, while attuned to this belt, you have a 50% chance each day at dawn of growing a full beard if you're capable of growing one, or a visibly thicker beard if you already have one. If you aren't a dwarf, you gain the following additional benefits while wearing the belt: advantage on saving throws against poison, resist against poison damage. You have dark vision out to a range of 60 feet, and you can speak, read, and write dwarf.
Wow, that's cool.
Gimble's eyes widen a little bit.
What?
That's fantastic.
You're a beard fan.
I mean, not more than anything else.
I mean,
Constitution's really great for a lot of things, though.
That's true. Maybe it's better that I didn't win it because I mean I don't know how I would look with a beard.
Well, like we said, we're a team. So now this is a team tool.
I mean, Gimbal, would you?
The cheering from the students on the Rose stage suddenly turns to panicked shouts. The normal croaking, chirruping, and screeching of pests turns into guttural groans. The pests amalgamate, their bodies fusing into a multi-headed whole. While the other mascots scatter, the fused creature roars, spewing spittle from one of its heads. Everyone on the stage is in danger.
Danger.
Danger zone.
Not Changer.
Like to my face right now.
Never.
This is when Gimbal dies.
Why would any of us ever do that, Rio?
They
The fuck is that?
amalgamated. Oh no, the dreaded amalgamation. Amalgamating.
Okay, so who else was
Once
there?
again this week.
So Talana,
Didn't they do this
Lana
last
was
year?
here.
what's his name? His
When
what's your rival's name?
Grayson.
Grayson.
Mina.
And hang on, one at a time, guys. I gotta find them all.
Mina, Aurora.
Mina is here with Cindy, right?
Correct.
Aurora.
And then
Mina.
Javanesh was in the stands if you're looking for stands people as well.
Why didn't I take Melvs?
Just 8 concentration spells.
So this was your Strack, Dream Wraith, and Gimbal, so you will be the closest to the creature when it starts to attack.
Oh, great.
How do you change what's prepared?
I love as a caster being right
Manage
next to
spells?
the monster.
See, I don't use the app ever.
side
I always see
of
this
it.
website one.
Sorry.
I don't know if it'll-
There you go. I was gonna say, yeah, what
Oh,
did I
cool.
prep for today?
All right. Most of the other students are like peacing out. Because Javanesh is your beloved, he will probably join in. Mina is your beloved, right? So she will join in. But I
Yeah.
think Aurora's going to go like, I'm going to go get security and like run.
I will nod and
And then your rivals obviously don't. And Quintilius will probably fuck right off.
it's fine.
Decorative.
Playing the long game, I can wait.
Wait, hang on. So Grayson's leaving. Oh, I'll call after him. Grayson, we have to do something.
He's already gone.
Surely your skills would be better. Wow. He seems like a coward.
I think he may be.
All right. That's initiative, everybody.
All right.
17.
17.
18 for me.
And then
First time.
Kimball's 18. I also have an 18, so Cindy
I think
18. My dex is flat though, so
mine is a +4.
okay, so yeah, you're first.
How do you make people's stats come up again?
Plus
Shit,
three, sorry.
click on it?
Yeah,
So
shit. Double click
Gimbal,
on that.
I like
18, Cindy.
that there's like such different ways that you can prepare wizards or like any class where like you focused on calling down by your hit points and I focused on dex to get hit less.
Right.
So my hit points are worse than yours, but hopefully I'll get hit less.
Hopefully. Cross your fingers.
6.
6. No. Dream.
Right next to it, too.
And then the amalgamation.
Is on a 17.
Okay.
Javesh is on a 4.
Hold on. So amalgamation. 17. Dream is a 6. Javesh is a 4.
Mina is on a 5. Sorry. Mark.
No worries. 5. Javesh. 4. Okay.
And that's everyone who's participating in the fight. Greta is also going to run off and try and find somebody.
I would like to have my familiar right at this point as well.
That's perfectly fine. We just assume he's there without me having to
Yeah.
take a token.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Gimbal has an owl
Okay.
named Philip
Beat it.
that
And he wears a little
bow tie.
silver quill bow tie.
Silver crow bow tie.
That's so cute.
And several of the Allen students try and tell him, it's like, it's a little offensive to do an owl, but okay.
They exist.
But the one you like, Javanesh, the one Allen who really matters to the party, thinks it's rad as hell. And he bought him a little anklet that says rad on it.
And he's a celestial.
All right, so Top of the round.
Gimbal.
All right. I am going to immediately magic missile the thing at third level. So, all right. So that's going to be 5 darts.
Okay.
5. Nice. Was it 4 when you were level 4?
Oh no, it depends on the spell level. So
Oh.
casting it at first level is 3.
Okay.
Casting it at third level is 5. So I need one more D4. Can I still do these?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You have some in your potion.
Oh, that's true.
Those are reserved.
There.
Although we don't have
11 plus, so 15. 15 force damage.
A very palpable hit.
And then as my bonus, oh no, I can't do that as my bonus action. As my bonus action,
Do I get bonus
can't do that either. Never mind.
How much damage was it in the end?
15.
All right. Who's next?
That will be me, Cindy. Oh gosh. Okay.
Are
Where
you
am I?
getting there?
Where am I?
You're right next to it. It was your stack that turned into it.
Oh.
So the stack did the most.
I'm
forward?
afraid of moving away because of opportunity attacks, but I might as well ruin its thing now, so I will move backwards.
Okay.
Dream, we should go.
I agree.
She's just so.
17.
We'll hit.
12 slashing
Okay.
No.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
damage.
Oh yeah, there.
That'll definitely do it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't you know?
All right, Zindy, your turn. You're not down yet, right?
No.
You're level 5.
I was going to say.
I'm just approaching half.
Okay. So. Is there any way to tell why these came together? If something
Not
brought
in
them?
the throat. You have like 6 seconds.
Okay. Nope. Then I am doing a. Ooh, we're gonna sacred flame that shit.
Okay.
Dex save.
20. Nat 20.
Never mind.
Silvery barbs.
All right, so I'm going to count that as disadvantage because Roll20 automatically rolls it, and he got a 1.
And he got to 1.
Because he literally rolled a nat 20 and a nat 1.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. The target must succeed in a 1d8. Where's my d8?
And who gets the advantage next time?
Isn't it her?
You get to pick who
Oh.
within range.
5.
Mina.
They have some cool stuff.
Then sure, let's do Mina.
So 5 damage.
Because I'm sure we've seen these other people do things now, so like we know a little bit about what they're capable of.
Maybe.
Maybe
I'm curious what Aurora's going to do.
she ran away.
Oh.
She is running.
God damn it, Luna.
Oh, wait, hold on. It says 2d8. Why did I do 1?
Because you thought it was it
Oh, I
up
see.
at 5th level now.
Yeah, so you should
Yeah.
have rolled 2d8.
Okay, let me do one more. 9 total.
9 total, and it was what before?
5.
5. So
Yeah.
minus 4. Okay. All right, who's next?
Then that will be Nishazi.
Nishazi is god damn. Just like my problem with spells is like I never want to waste them,
Yeah.
but then like if
Oh,
you don't use
conservation.
them,
This one's episodic. I think this is the time.
The
Go big.
time is now.
Yes. Go big or go home.
Yeah.
Everybody else decided to go home.
They did. Fuck with it. They were.
So we have to go big.
Yep.
okay. Then we're gonna do
Do it. Do it.
how many?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Sorry, I'm trying to read the spell.
It's cool. I just got 9 minutes.
I guess I'll do. Where am I at?
You're back here with Aurora.
Okay.
Aurora beat or
Or
Aurora
sh-
left, I thought.
she's going
On her
to.
turn.
Oh, okay.
Um,
But she's leaving.
Okay, I'm gonna do
Dreams
magic missile too. I think.
Okay.
So that'll be 5, right?
If you do it at the highest level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it done.
No, those are only for healing. Man, bar.
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
D4.
Okay, Colton.
There you are.
4, 8, 10, 15.
All right, 15. All right, who's next?
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Next is the amalgamation.
And everyone ran away except for Dream.
And it's her turn next. Dream is on deck.
19.
Silver barbs.
All right, 24.
Shit.
Works?
13.
What?
So he just 3 attacks.
13 does not hit.
Okay.
Oh,
And then 26. So 2 hits. Okay.
shit.
All right, so that'll be 14 piercing and 12 slashing.
Holy
14, you
shit.
said 14 plus
12.
12?
26.
26. Okay.
You still up?
It's
Okay, I'm gonna give you the advantage.
Oh my.
Right, who's
That's
next?
rough. Well, Dream's on deck Dream is up with Mina on deck.
sorry, I'm stupid.
What
I'm
is-
trying to figure out my damage here.
What does this thing look like it's made out of?
Pests.
Okay.
God,
It's like they're in the shape of a 3-headed monster, but it's like literally just like their writhing bodies that are kind of fused together. They don't seem to enjoy it.
What is the token?
It's a chimera.
Okay, black eyes, and then I kind of whisper something. And
Yes.
a bunch of boils pop up on its skin, and then primal savagery, which causes my nails and my teeth to lengthen and sharpen. So I attack.
As part of primal savagery.
Kind of savagery. That's like a 24.
That'll hit.
So then that's 2d10s here. Oh. 8 plus 5 is 13 damage.
It just got its reaction back, so I don't know if you want to try and flee it or.
It got its reaction back? No, I'll stay here.
All right, it's Mina's turn then.
Mina's turn with Javanesh on deck.
So Mina is going to dash forward 5, 10, 15, 20. And then she.
Mina's a badass.
Right?
She's going to.
Oh, I forgot to do my extra d6. 4 more damage.
Do that real quick.
It all adds up, guys. It all adds up.
She's going to put her fist out and then kind of push her other thing, and a inky black blade of anger is going to. It's not Shadow Blade. It's funny because all of the Quandrix students, like all of the students, have like special things based on their school, but you guys don't get to learn them, and I don't know what's up with that. But so she has her ink blade out, and now she's going to stab it into the creature.
Silvery quill.
So she's gonna hit for a 21 and
Nice.
do 8 piercing and 11 psychic damage.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes.
Get it, girl. That was with advantage, right?
Oh, she would have gotten a 24 with advantage. So this guy leaves. Aurora kind of gets to here, and she's like, "Are you sure you're gonna be okay?"
Yeah, go figure. Yeah.
I mean, you can watch for. Okay.
And then it's
Javanesh.
okay.
And then we'll be talking
Javanesh,
around for
when you-
Gimbal. The Gimbal's on deck.
So Javanesh puts his hands together like this, and a tiny mote of golden light begins to form. And then he goes, "Get fucked!" and goes like this, and it screams at the creature, and the creature makes a dex save, fails it, and then can somebody roll me 8d10? thunder
What?
damage.
What?
8d10?
8d10.
Hold on. 5.
Good lord.
This ability is called
6.
Reduce to Memory.
Is it like a special ability of his?
It's Lorehold. So all Lorehold students in second year have this ability.
Okay, so that's a 10, right? 10,
It has a
19,
recharge,
20, 28, 30, 44. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. 44 damage.
so. Okay.
I give him the most smoldering, like, take me now look
No,
I have ever given him.
the Chimera only had 39 hit points left. So it literally, it hits it, that thundering energy goes off, and all of the creatures that were the amalgamation just explode out from it.
I feel very sad.
I give him the most smoldering, take me now look I've ever given him.
And he looks at you and is like,
We are in public, sirs.
We look back at
no,
Ziggy and he has a beat.
They're hurt over here.
make a wisdom save.
Me?
Yes.
Why?
I don't have healing. He does.
I feel like
16.
16. You barely stop yourself from making out with this hot as fuck Owlin who just destroyed this creature, and you have the wherewithal to do what you would like.
Okay, I'm gonna go turn around and I'm gonna heal.
I guess I could heal myself too.
No, I got you.
Wait, where is my cure wound?
Don't
tell me I got rid of it.
I'll do 2 actually, so 2 cure wounds.
What is that?
So
So-
4d.
So what level are you doing it at?
I'm doing 2, so it would be 2d8 plus 8.
2d8 plus 8. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so 15 plus 8. 23. Thank you.
You alright?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
almost.
So the pests are unharmed and just kind of blinking in confusion, just like on their backs, going like.
The little skins folding over the back.
Undulating.
One of them is like folded too far forward, and so he's just kind of like struggling.
It's got a little trunk.
Yeah.
I help him.
Did anyone want to do an investigation check?
Yes.
Because
Yes,
this is not
absolutely.
normal behavior
Yeah.
for pests.
Absolutely
All
want to do
eight
it.
you-
You can tell them that if you would.
Yeah.
My investigation plus 7.
I'll eat you.
Okay.
Can I talk to the pests?
Don't forget your student dice.
I want to talk to the pests.
Yeah.
What happened? What's
Pests
going
are
on?
not animals, so your ability does not.
No.
Yeah, 9. Doesn't do anything for me.
That's a motherfucker. Okay, yeah, student die.
Oh, I can use that die, right? It's a D4.
It's
That's
not an
not-
investigation, so yeah.
It's not going to help too much.
Just make sure you remove it from your tracker.
Right.
15.
12. Oh, I'll use mine too, I guess.
Oh, wait, unless we got.
I have a plus 7 to investigation.
I only have a
This
plus
should go better.
Right?
And then I'll do
Nice.
Awesome.
15, 16, 17, 18. I don't think I have anything else to add, so 18.
Good.
18?
Yeah.
Dream, you find the one that you picked up in your helping stuck inside of its like pulled forward face skin. Is some of that
That's
regurgitated?
actually 21. Sorry.
It's regurgitated some of the pet bait, and you like put them on the ground and you kind of like take it out and you're like picking through it, and there's tiny bits of hard chitinous plate mixed in with what they ate.
Does this match?
I
What
pull
you
it out of the
found?
bag. My bag of holding.
With your 21, it does in fact match, even to the point where it's probably from the same creature. The color is so close.
I think this is from the same creature.
I don't like this.
And that is where we'll end
Oh
this
my
particular
gosh.
session. I hope people enjoyed this. I enjoyed the crap
Yeah.
out of
A
it.
new
Lots of
series
fun.
from Mighty Misfit Menagerie.
Now, a disclaimer on this series: we will only be running it when we're missing a member. So this will not be something
Or
that we do.
extra content.
Yeah.
This will not be something we do regularly. This is something that will.
But tell us if you like it, because that might motivate us to do it more.
Uh-huh.
If
It's a good. So
have time.
for us, it's good because like I can read the whole adventure and then we can just jump into this. If like Hank's not here next time, but Jake is, Jake can just jump in. I'm hoping Altus. That's who I'm hoping he plays.
Altus and Gimbal would be besties.
Right?
I love that.
Well, because also he would bring like the Prismari. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like Altus would be like a writer and like an artist. So I like that concept. Or I mean, he could also do Decade.
Silvery
probably.
Quill.
Mhm.
Is
I
there
feel like
other
Altus would be
players?
Silvery Quill.
There are any caster can join them.
Oh, cool.
Or the Paladin of
So
Light
even
he was
Paladin?
wanting to do.
No,
Right.
so it has to be a full caster.
Okay.
Okay.
So like you couldn't technically join at level 1 because you do not have spell casting
Right,
at
okay.
level 1. So
Gotcha.
but anyway, so like Artificer would work, but I'm considering making Mala one of the NPCs you can have relationships with. But
Can you imagine this Z and Mala and they get along?
Yeah.
but anyway, thank you for joining us. I'm hoping somebody else is prepared with our patrons. Thank you to our patrons: Sparky, Daniel, Sean, Alistair, my mom, Rockelman, Death Scrap, and Death's Grass.
Congrats.
And Eric Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We're the Mighty Misfit Menagerie and
Beatsies.
Feetsies for the Kraken.
Beatsies for the Kraken.
It's technically January, so
You got one.